shake, you will dance, especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. I'm sure you guys are going to be joining soon. But for all the 6 people that has joined us already, we are going to be having an interesting discussion today. And the discussion is going to be had in good spirit in terms of learning from each other. And we are not looking to discriminate against anyone. We are not looking to offend anyone. And I hope you all keep that in mind. And the idea is to discuss issues as closely as possible to the core truths behind them so that we all can learn new things from them, because clearly what we know now is insufficient, and hence why we're having these conversations. Because if we know enough, something tells me we will not be having some of the problems we are currently having in our nations. You have South Africa, attacking fellow Africans and asking them to leave their country. You have Ghanaians attacking Nigerians, asking Nigerians. They are not physically attacking Nigerians that I know of, but they're asking Nigerians to leave Ghana. You also have what is going on in Iran with the Iran conflict. Trump declaring end of hostilities is an interesting one. I don't know why Trump feels like maybe it's time to give up Iran. So it's something that we all discuss again. There is also the issue of the politics in Nigeria. Maybe, the fact that Peter Obi and Kwakwanso may actually leave ADC is not a good sign in terms of looking to unseat the current president. To unseat President Tinubu, I think all of them should be united against him. The last time they got, more than 60% of the vote. So I think it's a no-brainer. If they cannot figure it out to, come together and take him out, then it's on them, isn't it? You can't blame Tinubu for remaining in office if they cannot unseat him. So we have to hold opposition accountable too for their inadequacies. So you can't only blame Tinubu for remaining in office. After all, they allowed him to come into office too because of their fighting in PDP. So if Tinubu decides to give away our health record, it's on them too. It's not only on Tinubu alone. So when people misbehave, other people suffer. And I don't know why they just feel like they want to be arguing amongst themselves instead of trying to help their people. Now, so these are the main headlines. America has no deal until Iran disarms. That's what America is demanding. I don't know where Trump got the idea. And then there is pressure won't stop me. That's Tinubu. He's saying that nobody can pressure him. I don't know how that. I thought that was article to be saying something like that, but yeah, PS Tinubu is saying no pressure will stop him. And then we also have who else is there? Stop killing Nigerians in South Africa. FG. Did the Nigerian government say anything? I've not seen any news of Nigerian government hardly saying much about what is going on in South Africa. I don't understand why the Nigerian government is so, kind of out of step with the events going on. It's like they are asleep on the wheels. This is why we don't need all these old guys running all countries, because they don't know what they are doing. Before they wake up and get conscious to the events, they are already too late. At the moment, I'm not even sure his age. After all, Trump is very alert. If you scroll around with Trump, before the afternoon, you hear from him. He doesn't waste time to retaliate. But yeah, the Nigerian government will just sit down and just, I don't know why the Nigerian government feels like they cannot defend their own people. What kind of people, what kind of leaders do we elect into office? Is that how fellow Nigerians behave with other Nigerians? Because I don't think that Nigerians will sit there and watch other Nigerians being maltreated and they keep quiet. But somehow when they get into office, that's how they behave. That is a strange one. So let me just play the videos of, so that you guys can, it's not all of them will be able to discuss during the conversations we are going to have. But we are going to play them just to give people a refresher of the events of the week. We're going to try to cover as broad as possible, as summary, in a way to summarize the events that have occurred in the last week. So let me start with the one with the Ghanaians.
Mouth and they are on social media bragging. They should use that strength. They should use that strength to go against their leaders, so that their leaders will fix the country for them to stay. We are tired of them. We can't stay here with Nigerians. From today on, everybody, every landlord, we are warning you people. We should stop renting rooms for Nigerians. We should stop renting shops for Nigerians. Those who are selling lands for foreigners, they should stop. Foreigners who are buying land in Ghana, a time will come, we are going to take all those things back from you people. The country belongs to Ghanaians. We can't share our country with anybody. Ghana is for Ghanaians alone. So my advice to the ladies who are giving themselves to Nigerian guys, they are using you people to destroy Ghana. Nigerians are not good people. They don't love you people. They are using you people, the women, to destroy Ghana. So our sisters, wise up. Their leader.
Yeah, that was the Ghanaian lady admonishing Nigerians and telling her own people not to give Nigerians, rent properties to Nigerians. Up to the point whereby she said their women should not get married to Nigerians, which is a very strange one because they are the ones that love Nigerians the most. And but I guess you take it for what it is. And then Nigerians, I think Nigerians should be learning their lessons from some of all this. So now let me play, the one from South Africa. You know, the last week hasn't been very good for Nigeria. People have just been attacking Nigeria left and right. It never seems to end. So now let me play this one of a Nigerian trying to justify. Let me just play the South African one first of the events of the week in South Africa.
Targeting migrants in South Africa. Thousands of people in Durban, Pretoria, and now Johannesburg say they want more government action to tackle what they say is illegal immigration. Critics say groups like this are simply xenophobic.
Anyone just wakes up in the morning and decides that they're having problems in their own country. Oh, let me look for greener pastures, and it's South Africa. And if we don't say anything about it, or if we say something about it, we're told that it's black people. This is not a skin color thing. It's about us protecting our country, which is a sovereign state. We love our African brothers and sisters, but it's time now that they also fix their own countries for their own children and their own future.
We're making it very clear to you guys, Utitina, we don't want you here.
In this video widely shared on social media, a man from Ghana is told to go home to fix his country. The Ghanaian High Commission has advised its nationals to close their businesses and keep a low profile, while Nigerian authorities have told citizens to remain indoors. People assembled here blame foreigners for taking their jobs and high levels of crime. In the capital, Pretoria, hundreds of demonstrators demanded action from the government.
It's a legitimate concern being hijacked and used to taint us as a people of South Africa who do not want to live with other people. Because that would not be correct, because that's not who we are.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says the concerns should not lead to xenophobia. He says the government is clamping down on illegal migration and rooting out corruption in the immigration system. The United Nations has condemned the attacks. This is not the first time such protests are seen in South Africa. There were large outbreaks of violence against foreign nationals in 2008, 2015 and 2019. And the same sentiments are being repeated now.
We are saying our borders must be properly managed. And all these people who are undocumented, they need to be sent back to their countries.
Why do they have to come here and have free education, free health care, and while they're telling us that we are xenophobic?
Tensions are rising as more protests are planned. Famida Mala, Al Jazeera.
Yeah, that is a report from Al Jazeera regarding the protest. The South Africans, they were protesting that immigrants should leave the country, and it turns out that there are not that many Nigerians in South Africa. Actually, 400,000 Nigerians moved to the UK in the last 6 years alone. That's to the UK alone, and you don't see the UK going on the streets and trying to attack Nigerians. So make of it what you like. There's something about us Africans that seem to like to fight each other the most, maybe because we fear to fight the true adversary that we may have out there. All right, so now let me go to other videos relating to this matter, and then we are going to be going through this South African one because it was roiling throughout the week. It just non-stop really. So let's then, before we move to the American one, then back to Nigeria. All right, let's go to the next one. Some people trying to justify what South Africa is doing to Nigerians. Let me play this video.
More talk through. So we'll go be free. You see the protests where they go on for South Africa. What did they do the Nigerians?
Truth be told, the xenophobia happening in South Africa, it is not different from when they demolish Igbo businesses in Lagos.
You'll be wondering why I didn't include these videos in my previous video. It was becoming too long and the editing and stuff.
And votes. It is not different from it. Everything happening in South Africa also happens in this country, Nigeria. It also happens. Yes. My Lagos, not your Lagos. Go back to Anambra. What is that one called? What is that one called? Hypocrites.
Let us be honest. I just want to know what is wrong with people going back to their part of the world to do some things that support South Africans to beat somebody.
If you talk anything you want to say, then this is xenophobic, say that one, you help them during apartheid, I'll tell you, say we still deserve what they do us. Say you help person yesterday, not mean say today you go use the person where you help to carry and take play ball. You go your house, you know go obey the rules of the house. You go your house, they misbehave because say you help them. You know, sorry to tell you. Say you help person, not mean say you go disrespect them tomorrow. It don't make sense. If you reach South Africa, if you see what our people they do for South Africa, the thing will tire you. So I understand why these people now stand up, say make Nigerians go, make the Africans go. Because what they happen for there, it not be small matter. Now we not just one reason. The main problem. Now with the reason say these people they're xenophobic, they pursue Africans. Yes, they pursue Africans. They have the right now their country. You know if you come out for your country, go another man country, go the scatter things, go they misbehave, human traffic we day, Olosho we day, powder we day, that one we day, robbing we day. How people not go tire for this kind of behaviors? How people not go stand up to say me wanna leave? Because you don't turn the country upside down. If South Africans come Nigeria do the same thing, you get where you go reach, you they tell you they be African, you go still pursue them, go back to South Africa because they turn your country upside down. You know if you leave your country, go another man country, they misbehave. They behave like human beings, they behave like animal. Baba for Italy, Baba 15 years ago, 20 years ago, Baba Italy they hot, Nigerian mafia, Google am, Sicily. I be joke. The things when Nigerians they do is too much. It's too much. Me I they wait the day we be say You saw these European countries, where all of them go stand and say, may all the Africans go back. May all the Nigerians go back because we too do. Our own too much. No, they talk truth. If you see truth, they talk true. You not feel leave these people for your country. May everything just they normal. May everybody just they live fine. No, they must put their hand for bad thing just to make their money. You see, if the money matter, the money issue, it go put us a lot of us for problem. Money. Everybody money. Any small thing, money. Even if you want to talk to woman now, money. Everywhere money there you want to get. Whether they type people, you want do harm. They kidnap, you want do harm. Anywhere where we go bring you money, you want do harm. And now they complain, say the people they pursue. Why the people not pursue you? For years, you know what it means. Say people they turn your country upside down, your own country. Immigrants now, foreigners, they turn them upside down. You know what that thing mean? Say, just because say we be one Africa, not mean say you will go another African country, they misbehave. It not make sense. If you see truth, maybe they talk truth. And for this Europe, I know it's our Nigerian people they do for this Europe. Talk less of us, South Africa. If you see what they do for that one, not be smart thing, not be small matter. And they tell you. So now they come online say they be xenophobic, but they get right. If you they behave the way you supposed to behave, they're not go pursue you come out. And moreover, you go bust out online. They thought Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Nigeria get that one. If you be giant of Africa, then go back to your country and be the giant. That's so that the reason. That's so the South Africans they think. If they tell me say your country, you get all these things for your house. You get all these things. My house, you come my house. So come they tell me say this one you not get time. That one you not me I get time. That one you not get time. That one you not get time. If where you go reach me, I go pursue you come out. May you go your house. Go where you get all these things. That's the mindset, bro. You not fit just come up for your own country, go another man country, go they misbehave. It tells you be giant of Africa. Giant. We get that one. You get that one. If you be giant, Oyana. Go back. Go they practice your giant for your giant country. Now what is the reason?
Bro, you are officially an enemy of Nigeria. You are putting Nigeria down. This part, a lot of Nigerians will not want to hear. A lot of Nigerians have issues with people like this, videos like these. They hate it. A lot of Nigerians will like you if you can keep quiet and allow them make their monies any way, anyhow, by any means. If you can allow them to do so, they will love you. But the moment you speak up against bad behavior, they will have a problem with you. You know when my fellow Nigerians will say, you can come to Nigeria and do whatever you like and go. That is because you don't care about your country. It is okay if you want people to come into your country, do whatever they like and get away with it. That is simply because you care less about your country. If you care,
this is some Nigerians that are justifying it. And I've heard Nigerians talk about how, what is happening in South Africa also happens in Nigeria. How they say Southeasterners should go back to the Southeast and stuff like that in Nigeria. Yes, that is obviously a fact. But does that mean it's acceptable on both sides? I don't understand the reasoning of people. It doesn't mean it's acceptable. What kind of reasoning is this? Just because South Africans are doing it and Nigerians are doing it, does that mean it's acceptable by both groups of people that are doing it? It's not acceptable. That's why we condemn it in Nigeria too. And that's why we should condemn it in South Africa. Some people just make every excuse to make it look like we should not condemn it because it's happening in Nigeria too. Everywhere injustice is occurring, you are meant to call it out and condemn it because you don't want it to spread further. Because if it spreads further, there will be negative consequences for all of us. It's common sense. I don't know why sometimes when things happen, some of these agent provocateurs will just come out and start talking like they are making proper sense about everything. How many Nigerians are in South Africa? 400,000 Nigerians came to the UK. Do you see the UK chasing Nigerians all over the place? The reason why South Africans are acting up doesn't have anything to do with the foreigners themselves. They are acting up because their lives have not been bettered. Their governments are not doing their job. Do you even see the government trying to stop them? The government pretends as if they don't see what they are doing because they don't want the people to focus on them when they are failing their people. You know how Igbo people do it? If you go to Igbo people country as an immigrant, while you are going in, their people are rising up the food chain. As you are going in to replace them at the bottom, then their people will rise up. They will give their people more help to rise up. So they don't compete with you. And the ones that are still low, they give them money, they give them benefits, proper ones, where they don't feel so angry against immigrants. But even in Europe, you see them getting angry against immigrants. And when the last speaker said something about mafia, the Nigerian mafia in Italy, was there no mafia in America too? Did you see American people deporting Italians? There was mafia in America too. You don't see them saying, oh, Italians all must go, all immigrants must go. You know, we as Africans, we always try to justify nonsense all the time. I don't blame Nigerians. Nigerians always expect their people to behave at the highest standard of morality. They often expect it. And we actually think that it's the opposite, that we like our people to just misbehave. Most of our people are not. Most of our people are doing good work overseas. If you want to call it good work, they are doing actually, they are working hard. Some of them 24/7, they are working, trying to earn a living to send money to their family members. That's what most Nigerians are doing. Some of them are going to school. Some of them are married and have families there, including in South Africa, by the way. It turns out that there are not even that many Nigerians in South Africa. 90-something% of the immigrants in South Africa are Southern African people. So why are Nigerians internalizing everything? Just because they are coming after you doesn't mean, if those 2-something million Southern African immigrants are not present in South Africa, maybe South Africans won't care too much about Nigerians. Because we are minuscule in number compared to the Southern African countries. That's 90-something% of them are Southern African countries. The rest 8%, including British, including Somalis, including all kinds of people, are remaining 8% of immigrants. So they are very, Nigerians are relatively few compared to the Southern African countries. But obviously, Nigerians, everything they have to internalize and try to make it look like, oh, we are bad too. Why should we go there and do rubbish stuff? People do rubbish stuff in our country every time. All the British people that come and destroy our country, are we not running to their country now? Do you see every British person in Nigeria, we say deport all of them? they destroyed our country. Who do you think destroyed the kingdom of this Benin kingdom and colonized our country, enslaved us and everything? Do we say, oh, because they did all those things to us, we should go after them too? Come on, let's not always interline. Nigerians, we like to paint ourselves black a lot. I know we do a lot of evil things. We do a lot of bad things too. But Nigeria as a nation, you can't paint the nation that has so many people in Nigeria. You know, when I went to Nigeria recently this year, I was surprised with what I saw. You know, because every time I go to Nigeria, I'm beginning to see that there are quite a lot of Nigerians living okay lives. We forget that Nigeria has a middle class, has people that are living relatively fine. They don't have to do any shenanigans to do that. So let me play the next one anyway. I think this one is about somebody responding. That's the response to South Africans.
Nigeria, but burn the South African flag. I believe this is exactly what South Africans are, they're looking for. This is what they want to see happening to their embassies and their fellow South Africans in other countries. I believe they are aware that they have businesses, they have their fellow South Africans, and also they have their embassies in other countries before they started all this, their so-called movement of unaliving people and also destroying people's businesses. Well, I'm here to take you through what happened in Abuja Nigeria, guys. Let's take a look at from the moment they visited the South African embassy to what led them to burning the South African flag, guys. Let's take a look at the video, and definitely I'll be back to throw more light on it. Let's get into it.
We are currently at the South African High Commission, Abuja, and the what do they call them? Is it not the High Commissioner? The High Commissioner here says she's afraid. She says she's afraid to see us. That's what the High Commissioner is saying. We are just about 12 comrades here from the Circuit Back movement. Just about 12 of us. Look at police officers are here. Police of different security outlets are here. And she says she's scared of us. So we are talked.
She's hiding under the guise of letter. That we should bring a letter.
Which letter?
Not bringing any letter.
No. Which letter?
When I said we don't have weapons, we are not as violent as South Africa. We don't have weapons. And have
weapons like this.
Are they calling us? Yes. Okay. We are doing this for the benefit of everybody. Not for you also. It can happen to a relative. That's why we say, people, when you get there, you do that thing. Freedom come, my struggle, my struggle. Freedom come, freedom come. Freedom come, my struggle, my struggle. Who are the leaders? Freedom come. Why do you need the leader? What want to do is we want to address as a team. So the High Commissioner, you have to come. Let's call.
Yeah, those are some Nigerians that went to this South African embassy or consulate to try to speak to the officials there. But it appears, they are afraid of Nigerians, and maybe they are worried that Nigerians are going to lash out at them. And I must say the Nigerians tried to reassure them, saying that they came with police officers, or the police officers are around, so they are not going to misbehave. Maybe the South Africans are worried that the Nigerian police will behave like their own police that allows their people to just attack innocent migrants on the streets. And, to watch people being so inhumane to each other. Even a pregnant woman was denied entrance into hospital. They wouldn't even allow a pregnant woman to give go to hospital to go and get this assistance. That was really surprising to me, and now it's not even about illegal immigrants anymore. It's just migrants. They're just after migrants now. That's what it's always been. If this was a psyop, it was a good one, because it seems to be working very well for whoever has planned this whole thing. So let's carry on with the discussion about Southern African matter. I think this is the next video that is interesting to watch. Let's play this about a South African businessman that was in Nigeria recently, and he had this to say about what is going on in South Africa.
Statements. The first is this: contrary to what you're seeing on the media, South Africans are not xenophobic. Contrary to what you're seeing in the media. Now, that statement sounds a blasty statement, especially because of some of the things you would have seen online. I'm not saying that there are no xenophobic people in South Africa. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying the entire nation is xenophobic would be missing the point. There are 65 million people in South Africa. We have 11 official languages. We're one of the most diverse societies in the world, and even though that is the case, we get along with most people. If you go and look at the largest companies in South Africa and the CEOs or boards of those companies, you will find that the CEOs or boards or C-suite executives are many people from the rest of Africa. So I think I felt that it was important for me to say that. The second point I want to make is this. I think that there is an agenda to turn us against each other. And I think we feed that agenda when we feed the noise and the fire. And so what I'd like to think we can do is to reach across the divide, have actual conversations, understand what's happening, as they say in Kenya, kwa ground, on the ground, so we can find each other. And then the third point I want to make is this. I was in Ghana last week. I went to the Kwame Nkrumah Museum. While I was in the Kwame Nkrumah Museum, I learned that Kwame Nkrumah, the man who is arguably the liberator of Africa, the first liberated nation in the continent of Africa was Ghana, 1957. And the man who liberated that nation was removed from power through a coup by his own people. Then I started reading about the history of your own nations, and I learned that you've had several of your own coups. And then I looked at what happened in the Congo, and I realized that Patrice Lumumba was removed by his own people. And I say all of that just to make this simple point. We as a people have to do better, man. Us as a people dragging each other as a people, fighting each other as a people, swearing at each other as a people, calling each other names as a people, it has to stop at some point. And I genuinely hope that we can use the church as a platform to bring Africans together. Because we're different until we start worshiping under the same Christ. And so my hope for every single person in this room, my hope for every single one of you, is that you'd find the courage to be the light. Just as you and I were instructed to be. Go out to the world and be a light to the world.
Yeah, I think one of the things he said there that I liked was that some people are trying to turn us against each other. I think maybe there's some truth to that. However, the only area I saw that he didn't address was why are those people still attacking Africans when they have a government? Why is the government not stopping them? That is what he did not address. Because saying that there are people that are not xenophobic, how many of them are protesting? You know, in London, there will be pro-Palestinian and counter-protest at the same time. But you don't see that in South Africa. It's only one side that is running the show. The government is quiet. Only one side is running the show, persecuting black people. I don't know. Maybe he's right. He means well, but I feel like there's a little bit of deficit in what he's saying. And he also said that the Kwame Nkrumah liberated Africa. I don't know where he got that one from. I guess anybody that goes to Ghana, the first thing they tell them is they brainwash them and tell them that they are the ones that set the pace for everybody. I guess Nigeria, we have been sitting back for way too long, and this is what you get. This is what you get. Now, let me play another video of this gentleman, what he said. And I think he's quite brilliant with the way he delivered this one.
If we could get this right, you change the continent. We even have a space program in South Africa, which is great. But this is what I mean. You know, I say to people all the time, if we could get this right, if you can get South Africa and Nigeria to work together first, and then you could get South Africa and Nigeria to work, you change the continent. Yeah, like the leverage effect that Nigeria has in the West African, Central African region, and the leverage effect that South Africa has in the Southern African region and in capital markets would change the game. Like, it would just change the game. But for whatever reason, those two conditions just don't seem to come together.
It's by design.
I'm almost sure.
It's by design.
I'm almost sure. I mean, they won't watch this, so we gotta be careful. We're still raising money.
Yeah. I think this issue of Ghana getting its independence first is ridiculous, really. The reason why I say that is not because they didn't get it first. It's because the environment that they got it first was not so dissimilar to what Nigeria was going through and many countries in Africa was going through at the time. The idea was that they were looking to hand over power to African governments. So they were negotiating with African governments to get independence. And Nigeria was supposed to get independence in 1957 too. They not delayed it themselves. So it wasn't like, oh, Nigeria wasn't offered independence and we rejected. We said, oh, no, we couldn't make it. No, I mean, it wasn't like Nigeria wanted independence, but the British prevented us from getting it. No, Nigeria could have gotten independence in 1960, maybe even before Ghana, but the Nigerians were not ready. They felt like they needed to do more negotiation for that to happen, especially the North was not ready for that. So this idea, oh, Ghana is the one that got independent, so they liberated all Africans. No, they didn't liberate Nigeria. Nigeria was already ready to be free at that time too, if you want to call it freedom. Nigeria was already ready at the time. So I don't know. I don't get this idea just because they got the date first, it means anything. Nigeria wasn't in any different position. Nigeria was the one that decided to hold off on declaring independence, which they could have, but they just didn't. Okay, now let's see. Let's go to the next one. I think this one now we are returning back to Nigeria. Let's get back to Nigeria. This is about the young man that was shot to death by a Nigerian police officer. On watching that video, I was furious. This is the culture that I was talking about that needs to change within our security forces. This bloody civilian mentality. And watching the young man, the way he was tied up was already bad enough. I really don't like the way we tie and our criminals. We tie them like animals. And then he went on to just shoot him. But let me play this video about what the repercussions. I'm glad at least action is being taken.
Oganemina's elder brother died in circumstances that also allegedly involved the police. We are going to investigate that. And now for another son of this same woman to also die in similar circumstances is very, very traumatizing. You understand? And, let me go back to that issue of the video recording.
Yeah.
The video recording. If you look at ASP Nuhu Usman, the way he cocked the gun, that couldn't have been his first time. The first time he was doing such a thing. That couldn't have been. And the way it was held.
There was a carelessness about it.
It looked like it was a pattern. It was a pattern. And that's very disturbing. And another thing again is that what was it? Why was he so much in a hurry to kill the young man? Mind you, he had first shot him at the Efrumoto Park. Shot him on the leg. After this young man had already been tied up by the park executives, he posed no danger to any person, even no danger to even himself. He still shot him. Why the hurry to kill the young man? What was he or they trying to cover up? So there's a bigger picture that we are yet to see.
Well, you are a lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria at that, and a lot of legal questions will be asked. As you have pointed out, the IGP has made a very strong statement, said this will not just end administrative process. It is a crime. This is, it's going to see prosecution. But then there will be questions as to how the court processes will go. Would you say that this video evidence makes it clear enough, helps us quickly meet the threshold that will hold this man responsible for a homicide?
One interesting thing about trials, particularly criminal trials, you may have your facts, you understand, but the facts we speak were when you present them in the manner envisaged by the Evidence Act in the law courts. So you have to gather your facts very well, you understand, and make sure that they are in admissible form. You understand? In this wise, I am working with the NBA. The NBA president, Alpha Mosiwe, spoke to this issue yesterday. Actually, he released a press statement. Even NBA will release a press statement. So the NBA is going to be very well involved in this. Because the NBA president has directed the NBA branches in Warri, Uju, and Efru. So,
okay, now let me play this video of repercussions.
Now, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Diso, has ordered the dismissal and prosecution of officers involved in the killing of a civilian in a foreign Delta state. The Inspector General says the force will not tolerate extrajudicial actions. While addressing journalists in Abuja, the IGP described the shooting of Mene Ogidi as tragic, unlawful, and unacceptable. He says the officer involved, ASP Nuhu Usman, acted in clear violation of police rules governing the use of firearms.
No level of criminal suspicion against a citizen justifies extrajudicial killing. Our duty is to protect lives, not to extinguish it. The following recommendations have been made. Dismissal from service. The FDC and Oblivion Trial have all recommended immediate dismissal of ASP Nuru Usman and the other officers involved in this matter. Criminal prosecution. Upon dismissal, all officers will be handed over to the appropriate judicial authorities to face criminal charges for unlawful homicide.
Thank you. And that is the news regarding that. Now let's go to I will just play this American one. Most of our people, apart from comparable facts, maybe complaining about this. Let me see. All right, let's play this American one before we bring in the panel. I see you all backstage. Janaba, I see you. I also
a CNN
see,
investigation discovering Iran has caused extensive damage to a majority of the U.S. military sites in the region. Precise Iranian missile and drone strikes, aided by sophisticated Chinese technology, hitting some of America's most crucial military assets in the Middle East. The extent of the damage unknown until now. Our Tamara Kablawi is out front.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now. A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal. So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East? A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they'd never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes using advanced technology. Iran's main targets? Multi-million-dollar aircraft, like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf. It's out of production, and in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war. And crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense. A second U.S. source, this one a congressional aide familiar with damage assessments, described these as the most cost-effective of the targets. Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region.
For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets. As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be exclusive, and it is not, in their words, impregnable.
To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations. Struck not just once, but twice. And according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties were reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite, known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel. Responding to our findings, a Pentagon official said that the Defense Department does not discuss damage assessments, but that U.S. forces remain fully operational with the same readiness and combat effectiveness. We also understand from our sources that the vast majority of U.S. troops evacuated their positions in the Middle East, with many working from the relative safety of hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is that the U.S. intercept rate is likely somewhere in the 95% level right now. These look predominantly like drone strikes. That's our assessment, the Shaheeds that did this rather than Iranian ballistic missiles. But it does show if the intercept rate is somewhere around the 95% level, that 5% or so are getting through and they are having damage. So the system that the U.S. has in place is not foolproof. It's very good, but it's not foolproof. And I would just say, sort of big picture, if you shift to the Indo-Pacific with the PLA, the Chinese People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, U.S. bases across the region, Japan, Philippines, and other places, are going to be at much more severe danger than what we're seeing now in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you talk about with the damage done by the drones, right, that the missile interceptor rate may be, exceptional. 5% can cause huge damage, but then there's the drones. You have done incredible reporting, you and all of CSIS, on the depletion of U.S. Offensive capabilities, missile inventories specifically as well. Trump was asked about that earlier today. Seth, I wanted to play part of what he said.
All over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started.
More than double what we had when this started, and tremendous amounts of inventory. I mean, what do you even make of such comments? Obviously false when it comes to things like Tomahawks, but what do you make overall?
Well, I think what's important is that not all missiles are created equal. I mean, one of the advantages the U.S. had over time in Iran was that it had air dominance. It could use short-range missiles like Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAMs. The problem that the U.S. has in the Pacific right now is it's going to have to use long-range missiles because the Chinese have such extensive capabilities to hit targets in what we call the first and second island chains, like out to Guam. And there, the U.S. stockpiles of long-range munitions, like Tomahawks, like JASSMs, like long-range anti-ship missiles, LRASMs, they are in very limited supply right now, and the same thing with interceptors. So what really matters in this discussion is not missiles per se. It's not helpful to talk about missiles in general. It's the missiles you need to deter in specific situations.
Which I think is just so crucial, and what you lay out there is so important. And it's important for Americans to understand all of this and the truth. Obviously, what he said there is at best extremely misleading about something so important for national security. He also talked today, Seth, about something about Iran, right? What does Iran really have left? Okay, the military. And he was very specific. Here he is.
We get the radical left to say, we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
And he said that Iran they've got nothing left. Okay, you've looked specifically at that, and you found that Iran does still have a lot left when you look at drones, you look at missile launchers.
Yeah, Aaron, I mean, look, there's no question, first of all, that Iran has its capabilities across the boards are degraded. The video you showed of U.S. bases, what the extent of the damage in Iran is much more significant than what U.S. bases have received. Nevertheless, despite that damage, the Iranians have hid stuff underground, so they still have 40% or so, our assessment, of their drone capabilities left. and then maybe 60% or so of their missile launchers. So they do still have the capability to fire missiles and drones, and that makes them still a dangerous adversary. And as you just noted in your reporting, they're getting help from the Chinese, and I would add the Russians as well.
All right. Seth Jones, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yep, I guess I'm not surprised they get help from the Chinese. Okay, let's go to the last one. I think that's the last video for the day. Let's see.
The war in the Middle East. He told reporters that Tehran is having problems negotiating effectively.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it. So we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Well, Sarah Smith's live in Washington for us. Given his belief the Iranians are all over the place, Sarah, what's Mr. Trump going to do to break the impasse?
Yeah, you heard him there saying that he's not satisfied with the deal and that he believes the Iranian leadership is so divided among themselves, it's almost impossible to negotiate with them. So he was asked, what other options does he have? And he said, well, he could blast them to hell, he said, meaning Iran, but went on to say he didn't want to do that. And I think that shows you that there really is very little appetite here, either from President Trump or from the American people, to resume a bombing campaign in Iran. Some new polling out today suggests that almost 2/3 of the American people think that attacking Iran was a mistake. Now, Donald Trump has actually left Washington here. He is in Florida right now, where he's visiting a retirement village and campaigning about the cost of living, which, of course, has been put up by the war in Iran. And he has another problem with the conflict, too. It's been more than 60 days now since he launched this attack. And after day 60, he is supposed to go to Congress for authorization to carry on the war. Now, Donald Trump says because there's a ceasefire between the US and Iran at the moment, that pauses the 60-day countdown. But that's a very novel interpretation of the War Powers Act, one that a lot of people in Congress do not agree with. And so there could be a real showdown now between the president and Congress over whether or not he has the authority to carry on this war.
All right. I don't know whether I should play this video of Peter Obi threatening a kind of looking to leave ADC, but I think we can just talk about it instead of having to play the video again. I think I've covered quite a lot of topics and played a lot of videos. Welcome and gentlemen, the illustrious sons of Nigeria. You see, we are, after all, Nigerians. We are a new tribe being formed, and tomorrow we'll call it the Nigerian tribe. I don't know. We have to change the name. All right. So welcome. This is in Ovie. Welcome, Jonaba. I think Jonaba was first. One Africa. Thank you for joining us today. Femi. Thank you for joining us. Comparable Facts. Thank you for joining us from America. Jonaba, what do you make of the events of the week? Do you want to start with the South African one or that of the US?
Thank you, forefathers. Very comparable fact. Femi and my brother in Austin, One Africa. It's nice to be with you guys this evening. Let me go to the South African first. The guy that you play his video, I think he's a very intelligent guy. The only problem he has, in my own view, is the religious stuff. That he says that the same way they used the religious crowd bring us down together. Our core belief as African could have bring us together. The blood of the African bring us together. It's not to sell us something that is already a problem, that is part of the problem where we are. But any other thing he understands that is a setup, that he understands beyond the surface, that this fight is not just South African. They are very violent people. Even when they go to their family, if you have been there, or if you have talked to their family members, even when they go, like we have a thing, maybe tribal meetings from so place, it's always violent. They are very violent, just within themselves. And if you are a damaged someone or you've been abused, the tendency to abuse others is there. So some of those things he says, I believe him. The only way I disagree with him, like I said, the very thing, and I have encountered them, they're very religious as well. And South Africa, I see how brilliant he is, but see how he mellow everything talking about Christ.
Yeah, that's very interesting actually that he said that. I thought that took it off from the level that he was operating at, put it down
Yeah,
to religion in a country where half of them are Muslims, you know.
yeah,
That
yeah.
that was
So
ironic, isn't it?
that does not sit right with, but I can even look at Ove with his glasses in the house like Stephen Wonder as Jesus Christ compared to.
But you guys have to factor in the location. He was speaking at platform. Platform is a Christian event.
Yes, yes, but you can still stand your principle. It's a principle. You don't even have to mention it.
No, I'm
Nobody
gonna
will
invite her
worry
next
you.
time.
You see, when then you are very short-sighted, because when history will judge you of what even the people you are speaking to do not understand, but it's the future will judge you. So you do not have to even mention Christ. You can go around it and talk his talk. But I believe what you're saying, but that is the problem again, if you are to go that route. So that is about that. So I don't want to dig into that, but I think he's a smart young man. And when it comes to second one about the American stuff, I don't want to talk too much about it. This is expected. This is expected. When mediocres and rascals who does not see beyond their nose because of title, he will end up with this dilemma. There is a reason, or there was a reason why other presidents choose not to go this route. This is what they saw. This is what the advisors told them. But when you have somebody that he have his own agenda, Obama keep Bin Laden, I will kill somebody bigger. That is what you're gonna get. So that is the I don't want to dive into it more. This is all about short-sighted people who think they fly in the wing of taxpayer to make their decision with rascals on the street. That's all I can say. When it comes to the atmosphere in Nigeria, like I told you, Peter Obi is the most prostitute in a place where I come from. We call it Kuna. Kuna is prostitute. You sell to for anything. Talk is cheap. I told you people like forefathers for the past 3 years or 4 years we've been coming. I told you guys that this guy has nothing to offer, that he's trying to make a name. A desperate person have a principle and have integrity, and he will not go from one place to another. You're not going to open your budget from every. So, but you guys believe, oh, he did well in Anambra, and this, then you speak that your grammar. You can talk all you want to talk. I'm not afraid of your English. The truth is that all is baloney. Today, now, tomorrow, you say, when it's only a mediocre produce another mediocre. If you have a bar, you rise, it's high. For instance, if the pass mark is 75, 24, nobody will give you because they are pitying you. Some of this, even in this modern technology, if you are a nurse or any other professional job, I don't know about you, and I think it's all over. If your cut mark is 70 and you get 69, they won't pity you and say, oh, it's only one. But when you have
Yeah, but
mediocres,
hold on though. But what would you have him do? You know this thing where he says prostitution and all the rest. You know, it's like he could say that he's not selling
blaming
cheap.
him is
You know,
making name for himself. He's selling cheap now. If you not sell cheap, now the Tinubu you are talking today, Tinubu do not started and against all odds. I'm not praising him, but he stick even when he think he have a chance, he give it up because he think he believe he need to make more, he need to gather more momentum and more solid work around himself. Even though I think he wake up now in some issues wearing adult pull up and all of that, which I think if you stay at his age, it's not something to mock. If you hang around his age, you even maybe it's even in a better shape than if I'm there now. I don't know. So that's the whole thing. And this is like I said to Paul the last time. Paul said that Tinubu is the one trusting him, and Atiku could have. So if you think Atiku
Yeah,
has
but
that
if you are,
power to
hold on
take
though, hold on, hold
anything
on,
else,
hold on,
touch him or
Janaba, hold on. If you are trying to say that P2B should have kind of done what Tinubu did, then what would you say about Tiku, that one that doesn't take a breather? He keeps trying to run
He
every
should
single chance.
not. He should not. He should not. You and I should not decide for him. You don't have the audacity. Go and build that momentum. Go and
Yeah,
build
then
the
why are you
platform.
trying to decide for P2B too now?
I do not decide for the prostitute jumping from one place to another. I say you have the right to be a prostitute. They know they go after.
Yeah, why are you focusing on only P2B? But Atiku is doing exactly the same thing.
Atiku is not jumping like that. But
he just jumped from
PDP
to
No.
He just jumped from PDP to ADC.
You should know. Okay, how many parties have jumped in the race, even within the shortest time? Just look at the time frame. I'm not even beating him up on that. You have the right to open him. That can fuck him up. So, but that's not the issue. The issue is that is doing so without them coordinating themselves, right? Whatever is the strategies that Tinubu is using to manipulate them and causing problems. Then you give it to Tinubu. Then Tinubu is smart. Then you cannot say that it's Atiku is this. No, stay one place. They're obedient to death. That wherever Peter Obi go, they will go with him, regardless. I have to respect people who believe in him that much. I don't. So the point is that this also shows that the 2027 is finished. Finito. It's Tinubu that will go there. Since they cannot come to themselves and agree, and somehow you're going to blame Atiku that. Do you decide when somebody should run or
but
should not run?
Atiku is a stumbling block now. No, but see, hold on. Atiku, come on, man. But Atiku is a stumbling block now.
It should not.
Because one. Hold on, Janaba. Let's be fair. Let's call for fairness here. In PDP, it was supposed to be designated to a southern candidate. Atiku chose to run, knowing full well it was supposed to be designated to a southern candidate. So he seems to be behaving like a stumbling block. And now again, when politicians coalesce around ADC, because he has the weight to get the ticket, and he wants to run again, making sure that, and he knows full well that if he runs, Peter Obi and Kwamasu are not going to be in the party. That is going to ensure that Tinubu wins again. And he doesn't care. That's exactly what he did in PDP too. He doesn't care. Isn't that a problem? That's why I'm calling him a stumbling block.
He has the weight. Yeah, I'm glad you use the word he has the weight. So you respect that. Respect that. That he respect that. I want you to respect that weight. That
no. The weight is based on money now, and the problem we find is that I think you are right. I think you are right to an extent. I think you are right to an extent that why did the politicians coalesce around the PDP, Kwakwanso and P2B should have liaised with each other first, understood what they wanted first, before they even chose to even join the ADC or any party at all. They should have made sure that their own alliances was already tied. Then they can choose a party. Because even if they did, and Atiku is also running in another party, results will still be the same. Tinubu is likely to win. Because if the other two candidates that won 66 million votes in the previous election run again, Tinubu is even stronger now. In terms of manipulating the election, not that he's going to get the vote, but he's going to manipulate the election to win.
No, now he's going to get the vote when they are divided like that. That gives him the free.
I'm not even sure he's not going to get northern votes. I don't see him
Well,
getting another
having
vote.
said that, I don't worry so much. There are no difference, and everybody are running from their interests. Whether it's Atiku, whether it's Obio, it's not John Abba they're going to call end of the day. They're just making money for themselves. They're just taking Nigeria money. So
You
I'm not
really
going
do
to worry
enjoy
about
panning
that.
on P2B though. Jeez, man. Jonathan, take it easy.
I say I'm not worried. I say I'm not even worried about the 2027 election. Let's talk about our people that are being killed on the street in Nigeria. This NSAS
That's true,
also,
actually.
that is what worry most. Whether if the country is functioning, law and order, all of this will not be talking about it. And the culture that police are always practicing and the military is still the same mentality that is causing us backward. As you see, you can only cock that gun. Those are people blood sucker. In the night, they turn to arm robber. Yeah, the one that say they are the one doing this. Those people I have witnessed in between long ago, between I was going from Ibadan to Abuja. Then now they stop that there was arm robber at a certain place, that until you see a car coming, then you know the road is free. According to everything, that place was the roadblock there is the same place always stay. So how can where they stay turn to the same place that people cannot cross again, the armed robber is robbing? This is the Nigerian we have. There is nothing. I always, I don't know whether it's a joke or not. A trained Boy Scout in the nation can defeat Nigerian military and all the police because of the mentality. It's not because they are not capable. Just like I always say, that Nigeria, anything around the world, but only in Nigeria, we can't be anything because of the foundations, because of all this rubbish. Nothing is holding up. No institution is holding up. So I hope these individuals are whole accountable. The IG of police have to read that from written transcript for him. This is what you don't read. This is what is natural to you to speak. But because they are animal, this brain that they don't have. This come natural. That's to tell you that they can, how the army put out their statement before. This is all manipulation. Thank God for social media. If not, there have been controlling narrative, and you can always imagine how many people that have shoot aside before and threatened their family never to come forward and say anything. And hope that justice prevails and let the youth hold them accountable. Roll the camera. Listen, in that part, is the citizen that tie him down first. That's to tell you the mentality of the people. Let's all be clear about it. We need a leader that can set a standard and say enough is enough. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be a tough work that we need something to be done with ourselves. A damaged person will always do something to damage others. But a person with a clear mind and love life will always produce an environment that is healthy for others to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for that, man. That thing is more. It's really sad to watch how openly he felt he could do that, even in front of citizens. And fellow citizens were saying the guy was lucky that they didn't think he was going to die. He shot him at point blank range. And they just load them inside the vehicle as if it's some kind of dead animal like a goat. With the way we treat our people, man, I don't know how this carries on. We say we are decent people, but we are relatives of those people that are doing these things. How is that even possible? Are we not relatives to these people that are shooting people at point blank like that? I don't know. Ovie, thank you for coming in. And what do you make? This week has not been in short, the last week has not been good for Nigeria, actually. And maybe even 3 weeks has been horrible. So, what do you make of the events of the week?
Turn off your phone, and you will see that the world will look like a normal place for you. So, if you think the last week has not been normal, just turn off your phone for a week. You will see how normal life is. You presented many things. Okay, let me take a few of them. The South Africa thing. I think when you are presenting it again, you are presenting it even though you play two sides of the conversation, but you focus on one side. There's a saying that says that two things can be right at the same time. And I want to believe that one of the reasons that they say that is because at the point of solution, you have to put many variables on the table. So the young man who is, pointing out how the Nigerians are behaving in abroad generally, because I remember you mentioned Italy and every other places. Those are true too, right? Are we not saying, oh, we should just focus on that? No. Yes, we have the right to condemn what is the South Africans are doing and how they are carrying it out. how they are carrying it out. But at the end of the day, we have to move to the next level, which is how do we make sure it doesn't happen again in the future? So this is where you have to now put a lot of things on the table, including what Iman was talking about, how we Nigerians behave abroad. So everything has to be put together in order for us to prevent it in the future. But if we just focus all our energy condemning the act, just focus on that, yes, we will have our way. Nobody will see it and will condone it. But we also have to factor the minority voice, right? Because as I said earlier on, they have political voice. During the campaign, a political party in South Africa make it at the point of their campaign that we are going to what? Push the illegal immigrant out. Now, either you agree or you disagree with them, people voted for that, and that had to be expected. If not, it will repeat itself again. That's how I see it on that the South African guy. Listening to the guy where they make speeches. Two things when he talk there. Other than the fact that the platform that is using a Christian platform, the other interview you play of him, he said, I'm not going to be careful. They are listening. We are still looking for money. He said it out loud, right? They need investment from abroad to come and invest. So we should be careful how we condemn white people. Exactly, that's what he was trying to say, right? We are still looking for money to invest with them because he's a capitalist, a business guy. So I don't really take those kind of people.
And I think that is even beyond not beyond the surface of his, they are listening to us that is about the capitalism. It's about the fear about what can go down, not just the money, that he understands that all of those things going on, they are behind it. And so his life can be at risk. I think that is also can be read to what he means, not just the money. But go ahead, you are the Jesus here.
No, he mentioned the money. He said it out loud. I make me mention and say, no, we are still looking for money.
But that is a smart guy. I understand. Smart guy. He's just trying to play. Yeah.
Then Tunaja, again, when they play CNN covering Iran America war, so it's very funny because that few minutes of that video, the headline says majority of American base in the Middle East is being destroyed, right? Then the guests, when they come to the studio, say, no, they have the shield covered by 95%, only 5% that they destroy. But that's not even the problem. The problem with all this mainstream media, including Fox and all that, they are always very, very certain of how many Americans they kill, how many of their property destroyed, how many they play in what. But they will never give us details of the other side of the war. They will only quote Trump. Trump is a politician. You don't have to just say whatever that will, keep him on the news. So when you see it from down, you know something is missing. But when you look at it from the outside, who they suffer, who know they suffer. Not just these two countries alone, outside country, because it don't they happen. Your master, your king. I know you don't like that word. That's why I use it. So your king was in DC, just like his grandfather, George VI, who was in America the first time in 1939 to beg for help to fight fascism led by Hitler in Germany. He came to beg, and America came to their aid. And that was 3 months later, and the war started. That was the Second World War. Again, Charles III was in Washington, D.C., begging for help. to come to the head of what's their name? Zelensky people, right? That Europe cannot defeat them. They need America. But at the same time, they go say America, they lose America, they don't destroy their stockpile. So if you look at all the narrative, they contradict themselves, but again, it's about kick and bite, right?
What did you actually, just to dwell on that a little bit, the King's this thing speech and this thing, what did you get from that speech? Because it confirms something that I've been saying for a long time, but what did you get from that speech in terms of the way Americans responded and everything?
No, forget it. It's not about nobody. Forget about the response. Now waiting the carry and call. Now he come, yeah, beg he come back. The alliance, the transatlantic alliance, and to be no go fit survive without America. Even their economy will not survive without America. That's the, I mean, he said it out loud, right? Even though he went through so many, conjuncture to arrive at that. But that's the ultimate. That's at the core of this visit to Iran. But again, see Germany the respond, right? Germany have been called with their bold pants down. All their company they vanished, but if they talk say Trump and America is making a mistake. But they send the king come back.
I think what occurred to me there. Sorry. I think what occurred to me there was that the UK was basically another form of America, or the America is another form of the UK.
Yeah. No, yeah.
That's what made it was so stark. That is not the way Americans respond to Israeli prime minister or any other. Like even many of them come on TV and say they are actually British descendants. They are descendants of the British. The language, everything, everything is the same.
Of course, now okay. I will link it to us as a Commonwealth of nations. If we are already a Commonwealth at all. And that's why they always refer to the Revolution of America. Even at the eve of that revolution, right? You see play out almost 80 years later with their civil war. The British, the English, the monarch system, right? They were 30 at the end of the civil war. They were 30% of, the revolution. They were 20% of black people, the slaves, right? So there's a conversation. What do we do with them? Then there's 30% of Americans who still want to be under the control of the king, under the British. So do you think if the 20% of the black who are there are still very much get voice, what do you think about the 30% of who are still under the British? So now through them, neither did they manipulate the whole system. So of course, that's why even the king said their relationship don't just start, with the coming together of the transatlantic, but they go way beyond almost 400 years ago. Because again, the English Revolution pushed a lot of them to the Americas, right? But now because of control, now they get friction within the parent, the British people. Because the Civil War, I said it before, the Civil War, the British people no one made America come together as one, the North and the South. They have more influence over the southern part of the country. You understand? But collectively, they want to move eastward, right? The British people don't want. But the Americans believe that once they can touch the Atlantic, they can't take the continent. The world is there for their taking. If you go study Frederick Turner, that was his belief. If we can
let's return back to the analysis of the video attacks on American bases and Trump declaring the war ended. He basically, Trump is very tricky, so you can't be sure what he's doing. Maybe just playing games. So what do you make of all that? That is declaring the war ended.
I said it before. Now the war is not. It's just 25% about Iran. This is the world changing. The rules are being rewritten. It now gradually go there. That's why they pay attention to the economy that is suffering right now in terms of energy, food, and all that. It's going to continue. This is just a rehearsal. It's going to get worse. Countries will fall economically. They will fall, right? You always talk over from like 2 years ago that the map will change, right? How do you think it's going to change? It's not by negotiation. That never happened in the history of us. One major change they come, something big will happen. If you read your history very well. So this is just the beginning. It has nothing to do with Iran. Yes, Iran at the point of putting the narrative, but as I said, The location that Iran found itself, the geographical location, it is their cause and their problem at the same time, right? So that choking point has a lot to do with other European countries and Asian countries. Now, OPEC, waiting happened to OPEC. UAE pull out. But the same day when they pull out, they ask for credit from America. So like the same credit where they extend to Argentina. Right? Not necessarily not borrow with interest and all that, but just to keep their economy flowing, because once they know if we sell and buy again, what happens? They will begin to deplete their savings. So America has to reput their dollar savings with them. That is another
sorry. Why did UAE pull out of the OPEC again? Do we know?
No, yes. As I said, once the rule currently is being dismantled, everybody has to answer your papa name. I use that phrase every time. It's coming to a time. That is where the idea of nationalism comes to play. They always ask you that question.
Yeah, but why is it turning against fellow Arab nations, though?
Hold on, no, it's not turning against Arab nations. The question should be asking, who is going to follow next? Because now, why I say make you not listen to all those CNN people? Iran say the Iran don't block the Strait of Hormuz. America say they don't put blockade. So who has more effect? Who is going to control that area, that flow at the end of the day? Now it go matter. So, but before then, because they don't know about now tomorrow, or 3 weeks, or 3 months, or 3 years. So what do? You have to look for alternative routes, an alternative way to keep yourself flowing. And you have to now ask your question: Is it allegiance to block a group, or allegiance to sovereignty? Because that's what EU asks themselves. You want to sit down under OAU, but then they dictate how you go to sell OAU. A world where basically everywhere has been fractured. No, can I get out and do my own business the way I want it, right? So the question you ask yourself, you will get OAU. Are we going to get to that position one day? To finish on that point about King's visit, as somebody who is under who was colonized by the British, the same way like the American, but America is the first country to fight out of the grip of the British Empire. Every other nation negotiated, from Nigeria to Canada to Australia. America carried gun. Even Charles said, that the founding fathers, they were rebel with a cause. You understand? So that is why the American system is standing on sovereignty. They even want Iran to have their own sovereignty because they believe Iran is under the tutelage of what? The British Empire. And if you dig deeper, you will see their hand. Right?
Oh, come on. Let's not do that. The people that we just said that they are the same.
Hold on.
America and Britain are basically one country.
That's the next point I want to make, right? I am not saying, because even Jide was trying to make alluding to that. I am not saying American system is the best, especially us for Nigeria. No, I'm just telling you what is happening. Now,
what I'm saying is that the Americans are not against Iran because, or it has anything to do with the British controlling Iran. The British doesn't control Iran. They don't.
No. See, that's what I thought. See, this one we need to. If you believe British people, right, at one point are controlling Israel, right? What is Iran? What is Kuwait? What is the America itself? You are not arguing that they are manipulating America. Are you arguing about that? No. So that's why I say if we want to go deeper, right? But on the surface, look at the larger picture. But now coming to the king, if America stood and took their freedom by gun, which EIT imitate, by the way, if you go read the EIT freedom, they imitate what the 13 colonies of America did. And they succeeded, and their economy is strong very fast before the American against system descent on them, right? That is where we should be heading. What did they go through my mind regarding that day was, which day, or will I ever see when that same man who carried the king or his son will come before the Abuja, the Nigerian National Assembly, and neither apologize or ask us for help? That should be the dream. Because if you look at it very well, the America were under them like the way we did under them. They removed them. Everybody, they bust their back to send the money to London. That's what they fought for, right? This money where would they pack, they send, go outside. So that is what the citizens of those 13 colonies fought for. But guess what? 250 years later, even 100 years later, they came to ask for help that we cannot survive. Our civilization, who enslaved you, is in trouble. We cannot deceive the German without you. Come to our aid. That's what Charles' grandfather did in 1939. That is what this one is doing. Russians are coming to take over Zelensky country, and by extension, Europe. Without you, we cannot defeat them. That's exactly what he's telling the Americans. So when are we going to put ourselves in that position? Because we negotiated.
I think the only reason why America is going to help Britain is because it's in one, they are tied to Britain, but it's also in America's interest that Russia particularly doesn't become integrated with Western Europe. That's why, that's the Mackinder thesis that I've been talking about before. That's why they don't want Russia. If not, Trump wants Russia. Trump prefers Russia.
Yeah, so I think that is where it is now. Will Trump respond? Trump America respond? How long? But if you look at the Democrats, they are trying to wait Trump out, hoping to succeed and just follow the king way. But there's a body, I don't know. Now, sorry, talking about Obi and NDC, I don't they talk on before, say, it doesn't make sense Obi joining ADC. Because at the beginning of this electoral cycle, I said two things. I said, one, the goal for the Northern Power Broker is not to remove Tinubu 2027 because it doesn't make sense to them. It's to deny Obi presidential ambition. No be just 2021. If Obi do well 2027, doing well means that I get 6 million or above. Tell me how you know we contest in 2031. And who are you going to breed from the northern political leader currently that will beat him on 2031? Forget this turn by turn. Themselves know. That's why Atiku never want to leave the scenes, because the constitution back him up. So I said it. I said coming together of ADC is to focus on Obi. And that time is coming. It's almost here. By the time Obi don't finally move, all gone will be aiming at him from every angle. His presidential mission has to die in 2027.
So your argument that because they want a northern vote, they have to destroy Peter Obi's decision.
No,
I guess if you are looking at it from the point of view,
hold on, forget the word destroy. That's how politics work, right? You stop your opponent. So forget the word would they use.
I just wanted to clarify that you are saying that they will go after Peter Obi and focus on him because if he wins, he's going to be president, and then they will have Tinubu for 4 years.
Not even if he win. Not if he win. If he do well, he finish second, third with more number than 6 million. That is him doing exceptionally well. Because it will be, apart from Atiku, who age, everybody could discern around age, it comes 2031, Obi will be the politician with the highest number because Tinubu is going out. So how do you tell him not to contest?
Atiku has already said he's not going to run. Atiku has already said he's not going to run again.
Okay, so Obi will be the guy with that number, with that popularity, without being the president. How do you convince him or people around him for him not to contest again? You have to find.
I think for him to win in 2031, that would be difficult because the Northerners will not want to swallow that again. Like you've had a Southern president.
Hold on. That's exactly what I'm saying. Who are they going to raise? You have to factor in all the narrative that is happening. The Christian Jews are why is Tinubu out of the country? Now because they don't turn the heat up for Washington, right? So why do you think so? The narrative is not.
I don't know, but I really hope that they find a way to come together and remove Tinubu from office. The guy has done too much damage.
The only way that can happen is when this coalition no scatter. If they go together to the poll, regardless of who they project, there will be a problem for Tinubu. But once they split, which I will say will happen, it's over.
Yeah, let's go to the next person before. I think we are spending too long on individuals. Yeah, I want it to move along so that we move get through the time. Who is next? I think it's comparable facts. How did you know you are next? You
don't want me to talk.
How can comparable facts possibly know that he's next when he's backstage? So
hello everybody.
Welcome, Modi. I guess I don't need to introduce the topics to you. You know the topics already. So what do you make of them? Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to express my views. Thank you, and welcome my fellow panelists and people in the comment section. Forefathers, I know I usually have different opinion with you. Please just allow me. You see, you gave everybody time to talk. Please just allow me to express my opinion, even if it's different.
But I did question them too, so don't
No,
act
I'm
as
okay.
if
Oh, I love the questioning, but just don't, shut me down. Don't, please, just let me express my opinion. Anyway, I do agree with a lot of things that Ovie said. I've not been here for quite a while, and maybe people are getting born again here. I don't know, but
Last time we saw you, you were chilling in your village, in your
I
mansion.
was, yeah.
You see your cheeks, see, I would say Tinubu no good, but look at you, just look at you.
No. Look, I think your analogy was spot on. Look, going back to South Africa, I'm going to go back to what we discussed before. South Africa government is a disgrace. I listened to that guy. I'm not sure what his name. I know we all saw him rise, right? The guy that gave the South Africa speech. He's just a motivational speaker. But now he has risen. I'm sorry?
Vusi Tembekwai.
Yeah, okay. We saw him, trying motivational speeches, and now he's become an important person. And this is good. That's how we need to progress. But and I did, forefather, you did call him out. He didn't talk about what the government of South Africa is not doing. Look, there's people don't like people. It's okay. And usually people who cause problem in a society is usually a small percentage. Yes, he's right that South Africa is not grossly xenophobic, but the problem are the elements. So that means if they are small, the government should be able to control it. But the government is doing nothing. You could see police people essentially like protecting the people doing this. So you can see like it's as if they're in cahoots with, people beating other foreigners, and, it just baffles me. When I called out the South African government for going to The Hague to, place a case against Israel for genocide in Palestine, I said, you people said, oh no, why are you saying that? At least they are trying. I said, how come Saudi Arabia is not doing that? How come, even, let's say, all the Arab countries, even Egypt, all these guys in Morocco that say they are not part of Africa, none of them went to The Hague. South Africa is going to The Hague, and you guys say, oh no, it's because they suffered apartheid. No. Guess what? The Palestinians or who are foreigners or the Arabs in South Africa, these guys are not attacking them, but they're attacking me and you. What I'm saying is this, because if forefather goes there, they will beat the hell out of you. What I'm saying is we gotta be careful what we are doing. When they were fighting in Sudan, we decided to ignore the war and focus on Palestine. I said, the Palestine war is not our war. The war in Sudan is ours. And Africans, we had better, because it's coming home to roost. We better start talking about ourselves. No one is going to talk for us. We can't just move. Yeah, we'll have to discuss topical issues, world issues. But what I'm saying is that nobody likes us. Everybody believes they are better than us. I'm sure most of us live in the West. Even your people you pay salary, many of them will probably think they're better than you. What I'm saying is we know our quality, we know how good we can be, and we have to talk about each other, and we have to talk up each other, not talk down each other. If there's the war in Sudan is still going on. Nobody's talking about any war again. Dr. Damages doesn't host a show. Let's talk about what's going on in Sudan. Guess who are the people causing the war in Sudan and causing the slaughter of our people there? It's the people in UAE. And then now we're crying about that Iran is throwing some couple of knockouts to them. He said, I don't have any problem with, look, I don't want any war, but why don't we talk about our own problems? And we're here. There's a trend I'm noticing. Do you see all the guys that are carrying out suicide or trying to do terrorist attacks? They're all black people. because of a war that is not their business. In the American, so what? And this narrative we're painting, that we're assuming the people, our black people in Gaza are suffering. They are being treated as the least, class of human beings. And we don't talk about them. I'm not saying that what Israel is doing is good or bad, but what I'm saying is that we need to start talking about ourselves. You can see my name, One Africa. And by the time we stop talking about ourselves, nobody will talk about us. Look, let me tell you something. We enjoy freedom in the West. But one day, trust me, a Pharaoh that didn't know Joseph will come. They will tell us to go back home. One day, maybe our children or our grandchildren. The Jews, they were in Germany for who knows how many centuries. One day, someone said, you have to leave. You see,
Yeah, but let me ask you though, because this point was raised earlier on in some discussion last week too. If they ask us to go back to Nigeria, is that such a bad thing? What do you think the outcome would be? Would the country not develop?
No, well, for me, it will be a bad thing because I don't want to go back to Nigeria.
Yeah, but what if you go? What would the result will be?
No.
Your brain is important in Nigeria too.
No, I do agree with you in that respect. If we're all forced to go back, we'll fix our country. We'll by force, or there's going to be war for sure. There's going to be violence and chaos. Because I tell you, the most stubborn people are the people in diaspora, the people who ran away. The most stubborn Nigerians, the most intelligent, the ones who have run away. Now, yes, I think your premise is right. If we are forced to go back, that may be good for the future generation. But migration is a part of mankind. Let me make an example that you're not going to like. Hitler forced the Jews to leave Germany. Look at what is going on in Palestine. Because they have to go back. They have been forced out and they've gone back. Do you think they are going to? Those guys, they have nuclear bomb. You think anybody's going to kick them out of that place? Oh no, think again. And because it's just the same thing you're saying. By the time you restrict people to a space, they have to fight for every inch of it. If you chase me back to Nigeria and everybody, I'd go with my children, guess what? Well, I'm not going to give in to anybody. We have to go to a war with, most of the people, people Southeast is marginalized. Why most people don't care is because, heck, you make bigger, you're doing better wherever you live. At least you can travel. But by the day they will remove that valve, close that valve, my brother, nobody will rest. We'll die there. So, but going back to, look, my point is we don't need to go back to Nigeria in chaos. We also need to be, I like the show and the passion that everybody exudes. We must prepare to fix our country. Because trust me, if it doesn't happen to us, it may be our third generation that will happen to. One day, somebody will come in. There's nationalism rising in the whole of Europe, right? It's happening. The average Oyibo person sees, well, in the US census, the Arabs are Caucasians. We're the only, so there are how many tribes? It's either you're Caucasian or you're Black. And so we are the other people. One day, have you seen these Egyptians that are here, or would they say Syrians? Like people like Jeff Bezos, not Jeff Bezos, sorry, the Apple guy. What's his name? The guy that was the guy that created Apple phone.
What's his name again?
Steve Jobs.
No.
Steve Jobs, yeah, Steve Jobs. Jobs is Syrian, right? But you will ever, talk about him of not being white. Even the Iranians and all, once they have 2-3 generations, they assimilate into the American, culture, or because of their whiteness. We cannot. We don't have that capacity. God has made us special and beautiful, and we are Black. I'm saying that whenever anything, goes wrong, they start looking for people who are different. So we have to fix our country, and we have to better start talking sense and not, all the other things that we're talking. But let's go back to, I want to talk about, and also the freedom we enjoy in the West. Because many people here live in Europe, they live in America. Every day, all they are saying how terrible, stupid the leaders are, how this one is, how this one. Look, it's good, but we need to enjoy it. We need to at least appreciate these countries where we live. Because, you can't be in a country, Trump says it, if you don't like us, leave. All the, and you said it, it was Ovia, I think, that mentioned that we have to talk about the bad things that people are doing now. Everything that Nigerians are doing in South Africa, they are doing here. Everything. What happens is that there's a legal system. You commit crime, they trace you, and they put you in jail quietly. When you serve your time, you come out, it's either you're deported. There's a process. And we need to appreciate this process. This is something that we enjoy. It's not like you live in the UK, every day you're bad Martin UK. This is when you came to UK, in fact, you are in Nigeria, the only prayer you had is the day you travel, and you have traveled, and those people are not good anymore. I'm not saying that you can't criticize, but just keep it at the back of your mind that these things happen. Then going back to the Iran war, unless you have questions, the war in Iran is a China versus USA war. It's I don't like to talk geopolitics because we know the future for that place. But, it's part of the gist, make with the gist. But, if you look at what Iran did, and I like how Ovie called out CNN, about, and this is the freedom of America also, that the press can criticize the leaders. And you go talk to you get sick of it. But at least CNN is against Trump. When Obama was there, it was Fox against Obama. There was nothing Obama did that was good for 8 years. There was nothing Biden did that was good for 4 years. And Trump can't expect different. You have to criticize. This is part of this. These guys, they have split themselves into tribes. And it's okay. But we still have to see what they are saying, and because people keep.
But is this the most catastrophic loss of war that America has ever had? Hear me out. Somebody said that when America lost to Vietnam, if you want to call it loss, they didn't make Vietnam a major power in the world. When they lost to North Korea, technically North Korea is a powerful country, but it's not a major power in the world. But now they went to Iran and fought a war. If it ends like this, they've made Iran a major power, controlling 20% of crude in the world, taking money from ships that are going, hustling all the ships that are coming through the Strait of Hormuz. So is this the most catastrophic war? And if that is true, Trump, maybe the criticism of Trump is not so empty, that a president that doesn't seem to be able to control his impulses and seems to also be compromised, it's a bad idea for a nation. Because if this is the case, what do you think? Do you think this is the most catastrophic war? Because now they said that America was actually attacked by aircraft. That the last time that happened was during Vietnam, where an aircraft flew into American bases and attacked Americans. That the Iranian aircrafts actually flew over American bases and attacked it. This is bases that are supposed to be protected. What do you make? Is this the most catastrophic war America has ever fought?
No, I don't think so. But this is a very important war. I think you've been listening to too much of Al Jazeera. The whole idea, and many British stations also, that this war that America has lost and Iran has won is preposterous to me. Now, this is still an active war. We don't know where it's going to land. If you look at when Trump came in, he had an agenda. It was all about China. He first went to Panama. That was the first place he went to, and took the Panama Canal. Then he went to Venezuela and took the oil. He took the road, then took the oil that was going to China. The next thing was going to be after Venezuela, after Iran, then Nigeria. He started going to Nigeria. Already Nigeria is very easy to sort to it. They already have people here, So Nigeria will be quick, that one is
Odabo, you welcome. You welcome. With you want the Asoro? Take. This
What are you
is
saying? What do you mean by we be? What do you mean by
Odabo. Well, Trump. There's no need for this fighting. No need for bombing. Come in. This is how Nigerians behave. We are really weird people. Like, we are supposed to be one of the strongest in Africa, and we are disappointing Africa like crazy. But still, go ahead. If Trump came to Nigeria, thank God it doesn't make it to Nigeria.
There was somebody, remember there was a time, the last time I was here was when there was a discussion about whether Tinubu, they invited Tinubu to, or he was going to go to DC. I think Ovie said, he will go. They will I said, let him go now. Let him go. Where is Maduro? Is he not Brooklyn? Let him go to New York now. Is he? And has he had not many? Tinubu has had.
That's an interesting point. Actually, let me ask you. It's an interesting point you are pointing out, but I'm not sure that's the point you're trying to make next. Do you think that Trump may not prefer Tinubu to win the next election?
I don't think Trump cares who's in the Asoro.
I think consistent now because of Christian genocide now, and
I don't think he cares. No, what Christian Trump? Look, you see, Trump doesn't care about what happens. I don't think Trump sees Africa when he's discussing. Maybe when that topic comes, he will say, "Okay, you guys, Marco Rubio,"
No, that's not.
Let me. This is an aside.
Excuse me. Yeah, that is not how. I'm sorry. For you to say that Trump is not interested in Africa, he does not even to capture Venezuela president. He may not be interested. It's not about your interest. It's about the interest of the lobbies and the interest of the other power and forces around you. It's not an individual thing. Trump may not even think about it or bring it to his desk anyway. It's based on how they convince him. Thank you.
Good point. No, I think that's a fair point. If they convince him that this guy is a Muslim, and they have Muslim together.
A lot of agents from Nigeria, so they don't even need to come. Yeah, I think one Africa made that point at the beginning that they have a lot of agents already in Nigeria. So what's the point of him?
Tinubu is not their member. He's not working for them. It's just that he has to be doing everything correctly.
That is available.
Well, look, it's about the geopolitics.
Mind yourself there.
I don't like to talk about geopolitics, but
all it takes is a presidential flight.
See, if you see what happened in Iran, nobody ever said that Iran was a country, pushover country. All the European countries are scared. They are scared stiff of Iran. I'm telling you, if you leave Iran to fight against most of the European, they will defeat them. Iran would defeat most of them. This we knew even before the war. Iran is this IRGC people, they took their time, and these people, how are you going to fight somebody who wants to die to go to paradise? You can't. That's not a fair fight now. And they are building, they're almost there with nuclear bomb. How many countries in Europe have nuclear bomb or even have gone close?
Well, they are not looking to build it. I don't know why you guys keep saying they are looking
No. You can't be defending that now. You don't need to enrich uranium to almost 90% when you don't want to make a nuclear bomb.
The enrichment was part of the deal. That's the thing.
Let me ask you, how much uranium do you need for medicine and for power?
I hear what you are saying there, but
answer the question now. You've been asking.
Of course, it's 3.something% that you need to go to see. You don't need. I say it's around 3.something% enrichment. You don't need to enrich it.
So when you enrich to 60%, which you define?
Let me tell you what is happening. See, the previous deal that they signed, they said if anybody violates this deal, that the other party is allowed to go and do as they please. That's basically what the other deal said. And what Iran was trying to do was to get a bargaining chip. That's why they kept enriching. They want to get it back.
Okay, let me ask
Why do
you a
you think?
simple question.
Hold on. Still, calm down. The question I'm asking is that why do you think they were doing it in the open if that wasn't the case? They will be hiding to do it. But
They were not doing it in the open. Are you kidding me?
No, they were enriching in the open. Everybody knew they were announcing it that they've achieved 40%. They are telling you, why do you think they are doing it in the open?
Okay,
So
let me ask you a question. We don't need
negotiation ploy.
Let me ask you a question. If you are the leader of Iran, wouldn't you want nuclear bomb?
Oh my goodness. Don't get me started.
No, I'm asking you a question.
I want it. You see, that's the thing. They could have got to nuclear weapon a long time ago. I want it 10 years ago.
No, it's not easy now because everybody is watching the process. What I'm saying is the idea that you're saying that they don't want nuclear bomb, and you are saying that if you're the leader, everybody has been watching North Korea. Can't you see that
they were watching North Korea, and North Korea built their own. Why
that's
Iran
what I'm
was
saying
there.
now. The only reason nobody is fighting with North Korea and nobody is because they have a nuclear bomb. So
yes.
One thing, Iran knows that if they get a nuclear, the ultimate deterrence they have is a nuclear. Every country is
See,
nuclear
that's the
bomb.
thing. You don't understand them. That's the thing. I thought I understood them.
Okay, you don't understand
understand
them. Please explain to me.
No. What I discovered was that their so-called okay, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Call him so-called leader. That their leader was kind of a hippie guy. You know, he's not like the kind of war kind of person. He passed too far to us to ban them from creating nuclear bomb because he thinks it's haram. That's what he thinks. He believes that.
What did you call him? He said he's a hippie guy and he's what?
He behaves like a hippie, like the Khomeini guy. Because if he was a warlike person, why would he not go for nukes?
No, but why are you saying this? This guy has been somebody who destroyed Lebanon. You know, like look at Lebanon. Do you know their prime minister?
Who physically destroyed Lebanon? It's Israel that destroyed Lebanon.
No. You can't say Israel destroyed. Look, let's not.
I don't want to Israel destroy something. We always say that
no.
The other side.
Do you know that?
Israel literally destroyed the country and say some other person destroyed it.
Guys are waiting for too long.
I know.
So
it's not fair. Okay, let's move on. Sorry. Let's cut it short. Let's bring on Femi. Femi, thank you for joining.
You know, these people have their own time and enjoy.
And there's a Nigerian there. Oh my God! I almost jumped comparable fact. He's not going to forgive me for that now. All these Californian people. Thank you for joining us from California. Nice place in California. Is it you are in California now? I think I'm correct to say you are in California.
You want to come?
I wish I could come. You know, I don't know whether I'm safe to come. All the things I've said about Trump and America, I don't think I'll make it this time. maybe when Democrats are in office.
Comparable for living in one of the most
it's like
places on earth.
some part of San Diego is like Cape Town, you know,
One of
where
the
those white
safest
people live,
places on earth.
everything. But anyway,
In San Diego.
so let's go.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about the global, point of view, but I'm not going to dwell on that so much because I'm going to talk about what's going on in Africa and Nigeria, which is more I'm concerned. So you asked a question earlier, why does UAE, leaving the OPEC? Well, it's a mixture of political and economical factors, The economical part, because of the OPEC set the quota, what you want each country to produce. UAE has been one of those countries that have been clamoring for more, to give them more quota for them to produce because they have a lot of oil. So in terms of that, that's why one of the main reasons they are leaving. I mean, they said it anyway. That's one of the main reasons because they want to have the ability, to produce, to sell as much as oil, not for somebody to set the quota, tell them what to do or whatever. But they're going to make more money in that regard. So they see this opportunity.
Or could it be that they are breaking away from the other Middle Eastern country because they are going closer and closer to Israel? Do you know?
No. I don't think so.
Israel gave them missile defense shield. Like I think they gave them the Davis sling, and they also gave them the Iron Dome. Some of the Iron Dome. That's what they gave to UAE. UAE is becoming like an Israeli satellite state or something. So maybe that's why Israel has influenced them to a point where like, why are you relying on these fools? that cannot defend themselves. They come and join us. You got our defense shield and everything, and get out of that useless OPEC. You see what I mean? Could that be part of it?
Yeah, you can never take that away. That may be some of the geopolitics, that may be a valid reason. But I think the main reason, because they have been part of OPEC for 60 years, until the 1st of May, which was the other day, yesterday or 2 days ago, they decided to get out of this. This has been their desire. Like I said, it has to be with economic and political reason. But what you just said, which is part of geopolitical, that could be one of the reasons why they left. But the main reason why, they have a lot of oil. They want to be able to set up their own core and make more money. They don't want somebody to constrain them. And another point is that I've been following that OPEC narrative. They always have disagreement with Saudi Arabia. Because Saudi Arabia is the one dominating OPEC. They're the one that make a decision for OPEC because they produce the largest oil. So most of the time, they always have an issue with Saudi Arabia. They just see this opportunity, to get away with it. And the political part, the geopolitical part of it, what is going on in Iran right now, it play a very big role. Whatever is happening, in that area, there's no doubt about it. So
yeah, but why does UAE have to be so evil? Like, look at the trouble they are causing in Sudan, and now they are padding up with a country with a leader that is a war criminal and has caused genocide in a few countries. It's like, what is this with the UAE? It's like anytime you see UAE, every move they make politically seems to be nasty. I don't understand. Maybe it's not so bad that Saudi Arabia is in charge of that area.
It's about interest, Father. It's about interest. That's what they are. That's what they are looking at after their own interest. That's all it is.
And it's a tiny country. It's a tiny country. I think they might regret some of the things they are doing.
But I don't want to dwell much about this, global conflict. I'm not going to talk too much about Iran and the Iraq war. It's going to sort out itself. Iran is fighting a symmetrical war. Of course, conventionally they can't stand USA. They will be, the USA can disappear them within a minute. But they are fighting a symmetrical war. It's very, very difficult to defeat, that kind of war. So let me go back to Nigeria. What caught my attention? I had a lot of people been calling Obi political prostitute. I think Jonaba, made that comment too. I find that I find that to be very derogatory insult. I think Jonaba is listening. That's a derogatory insult. There's no fatwa of your description calling that man a political prostitute. It doesn't make sense. You live in Nigeria. You've been about in Nigeria. You see what's going on in Nigeria. The politician moved from one party to one party. That has never been enough. He moved from AFGA to PDP, from PDP to Labour, but it's because of the opportunity, and the interests that are lying. You expect him to stay with, this ADC has no way to, no way for political sources. So some of you come here and call the man a political prostitute. I find that, you don't have nothing to offer, on your analysis. But just be very hosted to that. Be very hosted to that.
Is there not an element of democratic deficit in the way P2B approaches?
No, there's not, because that's a dimension in Nigerian politics. It's not.
No. What I mean, I think in Nigerian politics they actually conduct primaries, but P2B doesn't seem to like to be involved in a contested primary. Don't you see that as a problem in a democracy?
Please, I'm not cutting you off, and I'm not cutting my good friend.
What's the point? I don't get your point.
Listen to me. I have a right. It's a politicians. When you come to the open, you'll be open for criticism the same way. Whichever level, whether it's not a politician, a prostitute to you, because you like him, it's left for you to use. The language you may not sit right with you, but then I hope apology. The same way you said that the language I used was not the proper, like the same way you are telling me without a point. Like Forefather was telling you, look at Tinubu today, right? For years, go and watch him. I'm not supporting him. He stayed put. There was a time they begged him to come. He said his time has not come. The same party. Opportunities is from one place to another. A prostitute for me is when you are not going fuck
by only one person, but you get fucked by multiple people, and you fuck multiple people as well. So if you don't like
let's clean the language up now.
no. If he's gonna come with me with that language of saying, "Oh, you make no point." People knows I make point because he know he jump, and he doesn't like competition. And if some of you think that Atiku should give up his own political. I'm not. And I don't want Peter Obi to give up his own political career. They're all career politicians. So they have the right. You cannot tell me now, oh, you are in your 90.
Why is Abba taking my time?
No. Because you come after me without saying that, oh, you don't. No. You have the right to say it's not. That is for you. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. But I'm trying to say, based on what I see, it's not ready to compete. And it's something to hand over most students want him to just hand over it to him without competing. So, oh, I'm not running again for president. If I'm not,
please, let him carry on with his submission so that Masca can speak. Masca is in Nigeria.
Okay, let me leave it for Masca. So, but don't come after me. I'm not going to spare you. I have respect.
No, he just disagrees with your opinion. You can't exactly copy to be prosecuted.
Can I continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
So, like I was saying in reference to Obi, whatever is happening is about strategy and opportunist, and sometimes depends on principle. That's why he's moving from one party to one party. In my own opinion, there's nothing wrong. But for you to come here, I have an issue with that word, political prostitute. I just find that language to be very derogatory. I just find like people who made that kind of commentary. Jonaba is not the only one that made that commentary. A lot of people has made that comment, even the previous one. So, Jonab, I'm not like just on you, but I'm making a general statement that anybody that made that support, is a very derogative, narrative.
Yeah, it is derogative because prostitutes they sell out very easily, and they sell their body, they sell their soul. People business is how they selling.
That's why I thought it was a derogatory insult.
Look at Jonaba.
You don't have any kind of factual description to describe what's actually happening. I mean, they are just being hostile. I'm not saying somebody shouldn't have the opinion, but I will have my opinion. I just find that language to be very hostile towards Obi.
Yeah, but the question still stands though. Why does Peter Obi not? Does he not have a?
He doesn't want to give money. They use money by the primary.
Okay, hold on.
You know one big bribe.
Argument. Hold on,
let me ask you. Let me ask. I'm just supporting when Jonaba is interjecting.
I hear your point. Maybe you are right. Maybe you're right with that point. Let me just get to comparable fact. See, because people are asking. This is the democracy. Yeah, I want to ask you because this is a democracy, and somehow P2B doesn't seem to want to take part in primaries. To actually emerge, and he often is just a kind of appointed to become the flag bearer of a party. Yes, he won 6 million votes, which is actually from actual elections. So, but why is it that he doesn't like to participate in party primaries? Please go ahead.
I mean, you're making it sound like it's something very unusual when it comes to Nigerian politics. Switching party to another party or moving from one place to another place. That's a very common occurrence in Nigerian politics. Everybody switch party. Obi happened to be a very big figure, in Nigerian politics. He's switching party, for whatever to suit his own, political.
Yeah, we know that, but the question now is why does he not like to take part in primaries?
Yes. Why does he not
where they actually carry out election to choose him as a flag bearer?
You need to be realistic to yourself. You expect him to stay in APC and contest for primary? When is that pretty much Atiku party? And Atiku is going to contest. Atiku is going to win it. It's about money bad. It's not about
why is it the party?
How it will take place in Nigeria with Boko Haram, with secession?
Hold on. Why is he in the party if the party
sorry. Let me just maybe Atiku will come to realization that he has no political capital. Win this election. I think he's not going to win. He may get a little money. He may get some vote in the north, but nobody. People in the south are not going to vote for him. His political capital is
he will hear you and ignore you. That's comparable facts for you. He will
hear
you and just ignore you.
Now you ask forefathers that does he expect to run primaries in ADC. The real issue is, so why did he even go to ADC in the first instance? Why?
Because he
you go where you think you don't stand a chance and you don't want to go through primaries. Why would you go there?
Because he thought he had a chance, and he
I think.
Wait a minute, masker. You don't really know what happened. You know, the intricacies that happened in the party. Initially, he thought that Atiku was going to support him and Kwankwaso, but Atiku came back. If you listen to that interview,
No, I don't think so. What he said, he wants direct primary. What they want to do is consensus. Let them go there and let everybody vote, where the whole party will vote. There's no delegates in Nigerian constitution again. You can't do delegates. So it's either consensus or direct primary. Atiku doesn't want direct primary. That's the problem. I could be wrong.
Right. So you're agreeing with me. Atiku doesn't want a direct primary. Atiku wants a consensus.
Well, I thought direct primary was direct primary. Sorry. Direct primary, is it the general public or the party members?
No, party members will vote.
The party member, yeah.
But you know,
Atiku has far more party members from his region.
No, you're not sure. That's the problem. That's what Obi them are saying. Come, Obi has Kwankwasia people with obedient people who have all, joined ADC. What Obi is saying, let's go and do direct primary. Atiku is saying, no, we're going to do consensus. I think Atiku has the control of the big guys in the party. That's the problem. And those people can do consensus.
Why is this happening then if that's the case?
After many rumors on social media that Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso were already considering leaving the ADC to decamp to another party, it has now been confirmed by the cable they quoted the Kwankwasia leader in Kano State, who has already resigned, and he told the cable that Peter Obi and Kwankwaso are going to join ADC by next week. They quoted him directly. He said, "I believe him, Peter Obi and some others will be joining the NDC." Mohammed also said that the stakeholders have unanimously given him, that's talking about Rabiu Kwankwaso, the go-ahead to move to the NDC. He continued, "If you look at the case referred back to the lower court, it might take time. There could even be another appeal to the Supreme Court. It does not look feasible to stay there." The entire caucus voted unanimously that a better platform, not embedded in a leadership tussle, should be used. This is very reasonable considering how those in power have been using every state power to stifle the opposition, introducing lawfare and using people to destabilize political parties. So if they stay in ADC, there is no guarantee that ADC will be on the ballot in 2027. They might, at the end of the day, not be able to meet up, especially now that it remains only about a week to submit the list of members that will be eligible to contest in the primaries of ADC.
Okay. Isn't that crazy?
Let me reclaim my...
What is wrong with any party Atiku is in? He wants to destroy it. What is wrong with that guy? Why can't he just allow the party to organize well? Even if he's a senior man, okay, if you're a senior man, why don't you organize it very well? Look at how Tinubu did with APC. He managed to organize his party to support him to an extent. But what's his name? Atiku is he runs the party so badly and he doesn't win. It's almost as if his job is to help Tinubu win. It's like he's working for Tinubu.
2 weeks ago, you said that Tinubu and APC
Can I continue?
for internal problem of it.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, please continue, Jare.
So, like I was saying, I mean, like people come here and say that Obi moved from one party to another party. It depends on the situation. And look at let's concentrate on the present situation. For one, the ruling that was announced by Supreme Court, this week, we know what the ruling is all about. It's what I consider a victory with a cause. Why do I say that? Because what they just do, they point it back to the lower court, and they're not going to make a decision until the 30th of this month. The 30th of this month is the deadline. You see the mago that is there. They probably not going to make a decision, and if they don't decide by then, that party will be disbanded. There'll be nothing to write home about. So that's probably one of the reasons. And like One Africa said, Atiku doesn't want a primary to be conducted within the party. He wants to be a constitutional candidate. And when it comes to that, most of the big weights there, you know, are behind Atiku. I mean, he has the money bag and everything. He's going to win. So you don't fault Obi from not living away from that party. I don't know what's going to happen with the present party.
Yeah, but why does he keep joining parties and leaving the party, joining and leaving? It's not a good idea.
This is part of Nigerian politics. Obi is not alone.
Okay, that's the argument.
So, but anyway, let me leave that topic there. Let me go to the more pressing one about what's going on in South Africa. I've been watching a lot of video about what's going on in South Africa. You know, I saw them going to school, you know, to disturb people, to pull out the kids from school, go to the hospital and pull out kids. I look at it in South Africa this way, you know. I think the problem we have, the Africans, we have a problem. We are like a house divided. There's all this nonsense about Pan-Africa, you know, it doesn't happen. I don't see that. The Africans, they don't have, you know, they are divided. This is their problem. And South Africa is a typical example. They're probably, you know, they're suffering from mental colonization than any other black nation that I've seen. That is their problem. I'm not faulting them from saying you have to allow illegal immigrants to come over there. No, I don't agree with that. But you have to direct your grievances to the right channel. Go and fix your immigration. You know, go and talk to the ANC. You know, people that dominate, you know, your house. You know, they're not doing anything for you. You know, the white dominate pretty much about 70 to 80% of, you know, 70% of their weight over there. 1 in 5 of South Africa have AIDS. Do you know that? I mean, they are the crime capital of the world, you know, so they just blame everything on immigrants. You know, they should do it the right way. That's my issue I have with them. They have a right to say who wants to come to the country. But you have to go to the immigration, you have to go to your government and talk to them. Let them streamline their immigration process. Of course, there's a lot of, there's a lot of problem in their immigration, you know, a lot of corruption. It's just like anywhere, like it is Nigeria. I heard even that South Africa is worse when it comes to corruption in that regard. So they have to channel it to the right place, not just beating people on the street, you know. And now you have Ghana, you know, protesting too. I don't know if you see the video, the Ghanaians are beating the South African too. So how far are we going to go, the so-called Africa? We are not just united, you know. I mean, we have a problem. I don't know what it is. I mean, now, I had a policeman in South Africa was saying, they know everybody that are committing the whole crime. I mean, the foreigners that committed the whole crime. They tag Nigeria as, you know, as the one bringing drugs. They tag Mozambique as the one carjacking. They tag Ghana. They tag Ghana as the one, you know, fraud with passport and everything. This is how they classify, you know. Okay, if you know where this crime is, pinpoint, why not go and arrest them and, you know, send them, you know, if they're illegal immigrants, even at all they're illegal and they commit crime, you send them away. But why these people beating up people in the street? I was traumatized when I was watching the the video yesterday for them going to school, pulling out kids. You see them crying and the shooting gun upstairs, fighting the little kids. You know, they're gonna live with that for the rest of their life, those kids. And most of those kids, I can't hear you.
Sorry. I said that was horrible to watch. You know, watching the children, man, they didn't have any shame at all. They didn't even have any sense of humanity to, you know, at least restrain themselves while the children were coming out. They didn't care.
And most of those kids were born there. I mean, I look at what's exactly happening in Africa. People keep on calling it xenophobia. In my opinion, I don't think it's xenophobia, because if you look, they don't go to Dubai, you know, where you have a lot of Indians. They don't do that over there. They don't go to other places where you have a lot of white people. I mean, some of them are illegal. So I consider what's actually going on is Afrophobia. That's my own terminology I'm going to use. I don't call it xenophobia, because if you call it xenophobia, you make it like general. Every immigrant attacking. No, it's specifically Africa. So that considered to be Afrophobia. That's exactly what's going on. I don't know, you know, I don't know what their problem is. You know, I mean, that population black. I'm sorry to say that if there's any South Africa here, you know, they are devilish, they are diabolic, you know, the way they think. I'm not going to come here to say because we help you or we give you billions away. Most of those people here, you know, some of them 30, 40 years, they are not alive to see what other country like Ghana or Nigeria do them. So I'm not even going to bring that into that conversation, because we say we did something for them, we liberated them from the apartheid. So, you know, they should consider. They don't think like that. So that's not even. But they see their poverty. They have almost about 40% unemployment. You know, they are the crime rate capital of the world. So you can't tell me that foreigner that's only about, maybe somebody quote me if I'm wrong, about 3 to 4%. Am I right? Am I right? Or 2%? I don't know what the foreign immigrant in that population is.
The foreign population.
Yeah.
I think they are just under 4%.
Exactly.
In
So
South Africa.
you can't blame it on them. And a lot of them are working. I was watching things. There's a Nigerian guy that was selling bread in his truck. They went there and pulled him out and stole all his bread. You know, they didn't beat that one. Yeah, but they took all the bread. You see?
I saw one where they went to schools too and started taking the furnitures in the school and everything. It's like they've gone mad or something. That's madness, what they are doing there. I don't know, but the entire thing, when you look at it, you begin to wonder, why is it that the black leadership on the continent always allow things to spill over like this? Even till now, they hardly say anything. Like, even till now, they hardly comment. Like, I don't even, I think they said Maposa responded recently, but I hardly see him. In Nigeria, I think Bianca Ojukwu made one comment. That's it. It's like the bell is like they're quiet. Why do they remain so quiet?
I think
he's at the Hague fighting for Palestine.
From the leadership we have, and Tinubu, because he doesn't talk that much. His only purpose is for the next election. That's his main concentration. You know, he doesn't care about what's going on. You know, I don't want to go back to Nigeria, but Tinubu is on a different level. You know, all he does, he practices mafia politics. That's what he did. You see the kind of speech. He's not scared of anybody. This is a typical mafia mind. And that's what Tinubu practices, mafia politics in Nigeria. So he doesn't really care about common people. You know, he cares about the next election. Emiloko, he wants to go for the next 4 years. That is his main priority. That's where we are. If you're thinking that, you know, if he didn't do something to show you a card that this is what I did for the first year, you expect him to do better in the next 4 years. May God help Nigeria. That's all I'm going to say in that regard. But anyway,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's bring Femi on quickly and get Masca ready, because Masca needs to have his say. Femi, so what do you make of this event in South Africa? It's a little bit sad that you know, Nigeria had to sanction the South African government by nationalizing BP so that we don't sell crude oil to South Africa. And if this type of attacks carry on, Nigeria may have to sanction South Africa again, because we actually supply crude to South Africa. 70% or so of their crude that South Africans import is from Nigeria. So Nigeria could sanction the children of the people that were being oppressed before, that Nigeria had to sanction their oppressor then. Now those children have become the oppressor of Nigerians and their own fellow neighbors. The irony of the entire thing, when I said it to a South African that I was talking to, they were really, these are the guys that are really doing these things. So they really don't like immigrants. I wouldn't say they hate Africans, they just say they want them out of their country. When I said this, I took them aback a little bit, that the people that you may be sanctioned for what you are doing if you carry on like this, that Africans may boycott you. So what do you make of it?
I was going to beg you. Me and Masca were already tired of waiting our turn.
Sorry.
All right. So I've even forgotten most of what I was going to say. But anyway, Masca, do you want to go first? Because you're in Nigeria. Masca, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, no, I haven't waited for this long. All these unreasonable other panelists. I think I can wait for me. Just go ahead.
Okay. So respect. Anyway,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So ironically, it was in the news when this Iran Israel Brahara got to a certain point of the blockade. That South Africa happened to be one of the countries that quickly came to try to strike a deal with Dangote and all that. Now, but that's an aside. My thing is, there was one of the videos that this was the Maya video. I watched it a couple of months ago. That Dr. Damages played. That had to do with that white. You know, there's that white only area. I mean, there's a lot of white only areas in South Africa, but those particular Africans, they were saying it all like this, that not forget to white only, you know, as if as if it's not a known fact already that it still occurs in Africa and in South Africa. Why am I even starting this way? The reason why I'm saying this way is that it's kind of serves as a kind of a microcosm of the fact that whether one likes it or not, whether it's white or foreigners, I mean, non-blacks in South Africa that form part of the majority economic domain of the population when it comes to the South African economy, or the people that are still controlling the strings when it comes to the puppets in Africa that we call leaders. The fact remains that that kind of explains in part of our problems to today. Again, I am not saying that we have to put all the emphasis on these people around the world, because like Ovio will popularly say, there's a lot of things that has to do with power and control, period. We can postulate all we like and pretend as if these things are not a thing. Now, that's on one hand. On the other hand, like, I want to react something I said earlier about the fact that as much as there's a comparable, you can compare what's happening between this Black South Africans who do not, in my opinion, do not know any better. Probably in some cases they're bitter with what happens even within Nigeria as well. I will agree with comparable facts. The black man, we have a big problem. I don't know whether it's trauma from what had come down from colonialism, or that is open to debate. That said, something I disagreed with that I heard earlier before this session, and I think is unfair even on us, because two or more things in fact can be true at the same time. Something I disagree with is the fact that people laying emphasis, and it's okay. I mean, it's an opinion, and it doesn't mean that it's wrong. People kind of like being stuck on the fact that, oh yeah, these Nigerians, they do this, they do that. I mean, like One Africa said, things happen here as well. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, not just here in the US, but even in South Africa, the few people I know that are Nigerians in South Africa, they are doing legitimate business. In fact, a couple of my lecturers, when I was in Nigeria, they went to South Africa and did their PhDs. They did so well, and a lot of the South African universities refused to let them go. They were like, you know what, just stick with us. The reason why I say so is that as much as Nigerians may be doing bad things, I believe majority of Nigerians are doing legitimate work. So and just like Dr. Damages mentioned earlier, remember on the first session, he mentioned something about the fact that the way we use a brush to paint everybody, even amongst ourselves within Nigeria as it stands. I famously had this conversation with one of my friends of the Eastern stock one time there. And his wife was the one that even got really interesting when she even laid her opinion. Remember what happened in, I don't know where Umuleri and Guleri is, was it in Anambra or Imo? When it happened then, it was almost as if these people did not know each other. Same thing with Ife and Mudari Keke. It was in the same Nigeria that it happened. These people were killing themselves as if they are not technically the same Yoruba people. The reason why I keep harping on this is that personally, as much as you would like to think that what the likes of Kwame Nkrumah had preached in the beginnings, you would have ideally wished that it could happen. The fact remains that even if we break into our armlets today, there will still be issues irrespective. I mean, that's not to say that if it comes to that, is okay. I mean, who am I to stop people from choosing to go? Because sometimes it matters the entire person. So, but ultimately, it's going to be down to the South Africans, because if they manage to chase all the Ghanaians, and there are the problems, the problem will still remain the same. Because the fact remains that it is not the other Africans that are causing the problem of lack of jobs amongst black. There's a lot of youth unemployment, as a matter of fact. It's not the other Africans that are responsible for the lack of support for small businesses or something. among other things. I mean, and a lot of other economic and even land-related issues. You know, the land is a major problem. Even in South Africa, as we speak today, 70 to 75% of the land is owned by of the good land, if you will. It's controlled by white South Africans anyway. So I mean, so I think it's deeper than one and one.
But like I can understand that they are economically deprived, and many of them are, you know, they may
Even
not even be
educationally
well
deprived.
they may not be well educated, but where the problem is that you don't see in Western countries, because like what they say, the crime in Nigeria, Nigerians commit crime, but in America the Italians were mafians, like diabolical. They may even be far more diabolical than anything Nigerians have ever done. But you don't see Americans going all out, hey, let's throw our Italians out. So it means there's something about our leadership again that seems to be showing up here again, that we don't stem the tide when this stuff is happening. Like I saw it during the Nigerian previous election, the last presidential election period, when you see people make incendiary comments about one tribe or another, but you don't see the leadership in our societies come out and say, stop this. This is not how we behave. This is not our this in our way. You have to stop. That's why I feel like there's something missing there.
For other things, so we don't delay Masca. But just to your point, to land on something before I finish. Remember when Britain was leaving the EU? One of the problems that a lot of Britons had was about, they were not just complaining about foreigners, they were complaining about Eastern Europeans. Remember? Eastern Europeans.
Yeah.
So I just thought I should mention that. Now, to what's the other thing? I just wanted to say one more thing. In fact, you know, let Masca go. I would.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, it took a long time. Don't worry. After Masca, we'll have a break. Then we'll open up the conversation for everybody to, you know, flow with the investors.
After Masca, you shut up. That's it.
To the 16th of August. Masca, thank you for joining us all the way from Nigeria. Your internet connection may even be better than ours in the UK here and in America. So, what do you make of these events of the week, ranging from South Africa to, you know, that AD guy that was shot in Nigeria?
But I think comparable facts, there is interference coming from.
Let me deal with this thing. You see, all these Californian people, they don't know how to comport themselves. Yeah, don't worry, I'm muted. It's all these Democrat supporters. All right, please go ahead, Masca.
No, set the stage for me, forefathers. Guide and direct me.
Let me guide you. Okay, good.
Let's go
the events of the week range from the South African xenophobic attacks, you know, preventing children from going to school, attacking random immigrants on the street, and they are not only restricting it now to criminals or illegal immigrants, they are going after legal ones too. A pregnant woman was denied access to a hospital because she was just foreign. That's all. She didn't need to be illegal or anything. They just denied her access to a hospital. And you don't see government officials taking charge. The police is standing around. And one of the most disturbing aspects is that the Nigerian government doesn't seem to respond to it at all. At least not in any significant way. In the context of the American conflict with Iran, Trump wrote to the Congress to kind of say that the hostilities has been terminated, basically saying the war has ended. At the same time, it came out that American military bases were, you know, decimated too, more than most people even thought about. Like even an aircraft flew over an American and bombed it. I didn't know that, and it's an old school American this aircraft, you know, in way older than this F-23s that Americans use. So and I think the Iranians got away with that one. Then there is also the matter of the Nigerian politics, where PWB and Kwakwaso are looking to leave ADC. That there is suspicion that they might have to leave because of Atiku, the heavyweight. You know, as you can hear, Jonaba didn't like that. He thought P2B was, you know, performing the duties of women of the night. I don't know why he had to say that. So, but that is that. And there is also the issue. Oh, that's the one that the one that really gets, that is not nice to see, is to watch a Nigerian police officer publicly shoot a Nigerian in public. And Jonaba did say that the young man, maybe he's a criminal, was tied up by the public already. So could that be part of the reason why the police officer felt that, he can do that in public too? So that is the context of what we're covering. I may have missed one or two things, but I think I covered most. So please go ahead.
All right, let me start with the South African issue. My take will be that I think this should be a lesson for all of us, because whenever I come on this platform, my position has consistently been the fact that, see, we are Black people. Whether we like it or not, we are the same people. And it's the first lesson we must learn if we are going to make progress as a race. And what has consistently been happening is that I think we have to find the reason why it's easy for us to turn onto each other. It's like a snake turning to bite its tail. This is what the Black man always does. Today we are complaining, half of us on this panel, even this panel, when it comes, leave South Africa, when we come to Nigeria, we are looking at each other and antagonizing each other and hating each other. And the challenge is that when, as an enlightened person, you elevate the little differences and create antagonism among yourselves, those that are on the street will listen to us and take heed and begin to go to town on each other. This is the real problem. We need to understand that we are the same people, and we have this tendency to always, it's like we like biting on each other. An Igbo man would tell you that his problem is the Fulani man in this country. He has no issues with that. And the day when Igbo people start killing Fulani people, we'll be surprised, like, they are all Black people. Why are they killing each other? And you are saying that you don't see the South African government. Why would South African government come and do anything? Because they are the government in South Africa is the root cause of the problem. If they deal with all the issues of South Africa, this thing will not be there. There will be full employment. So it's like when you shit, or you have 4 friends inside a room, and you mess, but they are accusing another person. Shebi, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to keep quiet, since they are accusing another person of messing. Meanwhile, you're the one that messed in that room. It's the government that have messed in South Africa. But if they are putting the blame on other people, government will keep quiet naturally. And you expect Nigerian government, is it not the same thing that they're doing? Technically speaking, people are killing people here in Nigeria. They haven't solved the killing in Nigeria. Is it the killing in South Africa that you think they can go and solve?
You would think they will be able to at least make a strong statement like the way Ghana did. Ghana actually, I think from what I gather, Ghana has decided to expel some South Africans too. That's what I would have expected.
I will tell you, this is what I will tell you. When we are making this analysis also, we need to always step back and understand the deeper issues that are going on. Nigeria and Ghana today, they are not the same countries. Ghana is by far, look at it, you don't even understand how different Ghana is. Most of the companies, do you know how many companies are pulled out of Nigeria and go to put their head office in Ghana? Way back, maybe 15 years ago, people that would want to have a conference in West Africa, they used to come to Nigeria, but they started moving the conferences to Ghana. For starters, the insecurity here in Nigeria is not there in Ghana. So I'm just saying that, and in my mind, I think the Ghanaian population, for starters, are a bit more united. They have a bigger sense of purpose as a country. And once you are at that level, it's easier for you to challenge your government, because it's not like they'll say, oh, it's the Fulani against the Igbo. That is the problem. As a leader, as a president, if you are performing, it will be clear. If you are not performing, it will be very clear. So I think we and Ghana are not the same. We should expect Ghana to do better. It may sound like an unreasonable statement, but if you look at the numbers, whether it is life expectancy, whether it's the Gini index, I think even unemployment, the only thing I'm suspecting that Ghana will be, even inflation, I think we are worse than. So on all indices that you look at, Nigeria is worse off than Ghana, even GDP per capita. So we are not the same countries. So don't be looking at Ghana because you think it's smaller and historically we have been better than Ghana. I think Ghana should do better because politically they are in a better place than we are. So that's for South Africa for me. I think the most important thing for me is that we in Nigeria should take lesson, because it's exactly what the South Africans are doing that we are doing. You look at a fellow black man and he's your own problem. He's the source of your own problem. How can you say that Nigerians are the problem or other black Africans are the problem? You just lump everybody inside. You know, but it's the same logic we use even in this country, even on this panel. So that's that. And when it comes to the Iran war, you know, my take is that there are two issues. One, generally war is always about propaganda. You can never hear the truth from when somebody is fighting the war, he will tell you he's winning. It's always propaganda. America will not look at it. Even in Israel, there is a law that you cannot even take picture as a citizen of whatever is landing, and it's not only in Israel. I think it's the same in Saudi Arabia, and the one that is even more stringent is in UAE. It's a capital punishment just to take a video of anything landing. So it's propaganda. But the second
what Iran has managed to pull off, you ask yourself, why is it that our people are afraid of their own shadow? Look at the
why are they afraid of?
They didn't take on only America. They took on America, took on Israel. Then they started bombing the other neighbors. This is a bold move. They're bombing the neighbors too, and somehow they are getting away with it. They survived it.
So sorry, Father, you think that's a good thing that this chaos is happening in Iran? They are doing this thing.
Who started it now? Okay, you should ask yourself: is it Iran that go and started the war?
Father, there's something you've been advocating. Sorry, Masker. You know, there's something you always advocate. Let's go. You know what Iran did to their people in January? You know that's what you always advocate on this platform.
What did I advocate?
And this is evil. Look, you know, the people in Iran are not, they are not having a good time. Let me just say that, if that makes sense.
They are far more educated than Nigerians, including their women. They are far more educated than many African countries, actually. And even with all this bombing that they suffer, they have more power than Nigeria.
You see, we have a lot of panelists who come. In their mind, there's nothing but bias, and the bias is coming simply because of what I call the master mentality. Even fight, the same OT is saying that we should not be involved in this fight. Okay, that Palestine is not our problem. Our problem should be Sudan
and Mali. So,
yeah, but we are sitting here and we want to seek judgment on Iran, how they deal with their citizens. Do you know the reason? Because in our mind, we've divided the world. We are subservient. We choose our masters. anywhere the white man is our master. And whoever he's fighting, we are going to line up behind the white man.
I don't know. Are you referring to me?
Yes, I'm referring to you, Oti.
In what way? I don't understand. I've been saying that this. I said we should be discussing. I just retorted to forefather about his idea of. Hold on. Let me say his idea of using state power.
You spoke for almost 1 hour.
I didn't speak for 1 hour, but there are no more people here, so I will leave the panel for you and forefather to have fun.
Do I look like I'll beg you? Is there anything you give me?
Well, no problem. You guys can have fun. Me
I know. So you are interrupting me, and you are not even modest enough to understand that. Okay, you should listen to what people are saying. The guy is always like that. He's in his mind. Iran is an evil place, that their people are not having a good time. And in the same, he now is accusing Iran of attacking other people, not seeing that it's another country that went and attacked Iran in the first instance.
They don't see it. They see in their head. The West is
even when it's not. If it was his own time and he's talking, I will keep quiet. Because for somebody like Kofi, I know where his position is. This is why when I'm saying that we are criticizing South Africa, but some of us on the panel are like that. In their mind, in their heart, there's nothing but hatred. You are looking at another black man and you are putting all your problems on him.
Yeah.
This is the problem. And this is it. Before the night has gone, there's clear evidence. You want to criticize Iran that they attack Saudi Arabia and UAE in this world. Where were you when they started attacking Iran? Where were you?
They didn't just attack Iran, they killed their leader and 40 other top
But the only thing you can see is that now Iran is attacking another country. That same country that is the base is there. America didn't attack Iran from America. They attacked them from some other places. And this is the issue. Just because we look at the white man as a master, anything he does is correct. But anyway, so the point I'm making, back to what I was saying, in my mind, I think it's just because war is propaganda. So some of the things that are coming out now, let's not be surprised. In my mind, I really understand that, number one, somebody like Trump is not a very learned person like that. And he's full of hubris. If your father left you or supported you to make some, let's say, good steps in life, you cannot think that you're very good. Most people don't even understand that these Iranians are not Arabs. They are not Arabs. They are, if an Arab, I can read and write Arabic, but if you give me this Persian letters, I can't make any head or tail out of it. And these are old civilizations. Things like irrigation and all these kind of things that we do today started from there. And some cultures are very humble cultures. They won't make noise. You won't know who they are, where they have gone, until when you go and touch them. Some cultures are loud cultures. They will be very proud of their achievements. But I think Iranians are generally quiet people. It's when you go to Iran that you really understand what that country is. When Russia will go and be buying they will be buying drones from Iran. Do you understand what that means?
That's crazy, isn't it? Russia had to seek the Shahid drone from the Iranians.
So I'm not surprised. Whatever Iran has done, honestly, me, I'm not surprised, because there are two things that I think make somebody or a country to come out like Iran. When you are not too boastful, you are just quiet. you do a lot and people would overlook you because you don't say a lot, you don't do so much. They are a very quiet country. But I know that in the grand scheme of things, they are well-educated population. It's not like our black brethren. They don't look at anybody as a superior person. You know? So I think, I will not be surprised that maybe they even have this nuclear weapon. I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised. And
so why would they not show it if they have it?
See, look, do you know what you should ask yourself? The Ayatollah, the Khomeini guy, he was aware that they are going to bomb him. He still went to the place. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware. He didn't hide.
So why do you want to use normal logic to answer the actions of some people like that? That's the country. In my mind, there are some people like that. You can't be using normal logic. Somebody knows that they are going to kill him as a leader of a country, and he went there and they killed him. This is the same guy that have done fatwa that they shouldn't do, what do you call this thing now? They shouldn't do even. And let me tell you what in my mind I'm thinking. That fatwa may be a smoke screen. No, don't you think it's possible? Don't you think it's a possibility?
The reason why I worry that it may not be is because he's a religious leader. It's not just a leader, he's a religious one. And if a Muslim leader that is talking to the entire nation passes a fatwa,
okay, so what I can tell you, I am a Muslim. I can put it to you that within Islam, there is that understanding also that war is about deception. If you read Islamic history, there are a lot of wars, religious wars, and some of them you would see that there were a lot of deceptions in it. So the idea that because you're a religious leader, you have to use your
okay, I agree with you. Okay, let's say that one is true. Then why do it publicly? Why don't you do it in subterfuge like every other person does it? They could have gotten away with it.
Well, how is it possible to do a fatwa, hidden fatwa?
No, I mean the nukes. If they wanted nuclear weapon, why didn't they build it in secret?
What I'm saying that they may have this nuclear weapon as we speak.
Yeah, but why hide it? If they hide, if you are being attacked, the time to demonstrate it is then. You like, oh, look at what I have. Boom.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: do you think Iran had come out full force? Is that what you're thinking? That Iran
I'm thinking they have, because if they take out your leader and 40 other people, then they will go on to kill scientists and multiple other leaders. I would think you will react. If you cannot react, then I don't know what else you are holding back then.
So let me give you my position, and it's a bit, I won't say scientific, but it's a measured position. You remember that 12-day war when they attacked them?
Yes.
Do you know what happened? For them to retaliate, they told America, move these people out of this place. We are going to bomb it.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
They don't want to harm people.
Not only that, they don't. No, I don't think it's about harming people. It's not about. I think they know what they are doing. They are a measured people. And for me, that's the fundamental thing that a lot of people don't understand about these people. When somebody is measured, you slap him, there's a way he will slap you, just to balance things out. But don't be too carried away. By the time he comes out full force, this might give a...
What do you make of the Nigerian young man?
No, I don't want to talk about it because it's so sad. It's very sad. There's no need talking about it. My happiness is that at least the police force is positively reacting to that. Not only that they will dismiss them, but they will hand them over and they will be fully charged in the civilian. So first you discharge the person from police. I think they've already held the disciplinary panel. I'm sure I think by now they must have dismissed them. And as civilians, they will go to normal court and face the due wrath of the law.
Yeah, that's good. That they are made to face this thing because they were total douche.
Yeah,
because
I remember
I'm glad they arrested all of them too.
Yeah, because look, as bad as the country is, I think there are still some things that as a country, as a people, we don't really take lightly. Collectively as a people. We don't take lightly. We don't take lightly. So on the political scene, I honestly am not really impressed, both with Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, because I think they are good people. They are the best we have today. But I think cerebrally, I'm calling them into question. And they are unfortunately reminding me, the both of them they are reminding me painfully about Buhari. You know, when somebody in his mind, he wants to do the correct thing, but you could see that he lacks the mental cerebral capacity to bring to bear what is it that he wants to see happen. Sincerely speaking, like if I have been a running, what do they call it now? A running mate to Atiku, I should know Atiku very well. I should know if all the political gladiators around Atiku. I am not a politician, but I can tell you that ADC significantly is peopled at the top level by Atiku's people. Not Atiku's people that, I don't think Atiku has people that follow him like that, like proponents, like disciples in politics. But obviously, he spends a lot of money at every election cycle. He doesn't hold that back. So there will be a lot of people that, you know, would go and would be working for him. Of course, I know also that inside the the foundation members of ADC, somebody like Babachir Lawal, I know he works for Peter Obi. Who else that I know that is influential and is for Peter Obi? There are a couple of people, but I think the preponderant number is Atiku's people. And the idea that somebody like Atiku, it's even absurd, like the way they are thinking, like everybody knows that Peter Obi has a lot of followers. Why, if it is you now, forefathers, if you are interested in the presidential ticket of ADC, would you now say, oh no, let the members do the direct primaries? No.
It's not impossible. I see. Sometimes some people can think outside the box in terms of for the national or greater good, you know, for national interest and greater good. But I feel like many of our people are incapable of doing that, and that is one of the things we need to be able to do. We can't be we are a little bit over self-centered about everything. How can everybody be self-centered and then you build a country? It's impossible. It's almost impossible. It's a recipe for disaster. We have to sooner or later start making self-sacrifice.
The only problem I have with this, your statement, is that it doesn't take into cognizance two fundamental things. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Even on the account of age, somebody like Atiku, you should rule him out if your thinking is now that the man. What are we talking about? I'm shocked sometimes when people even talk, even you now, for fathers. Honestly, is it not the same Atiku when he was the vice president of OBG? He is the sitting vice president, and OBG was fighting him publicly that this man is corrupt. Is it not? Was Peter Obi dead, or was he somewhere in another planet? That you are expecting Atiku to be a saint in his old age.
You can only hope that they tries to do the right thing.
And this is the problem I have. If somebody wants to be my leader, I don't want a leader that would just be hoping things will happen.
Fair point.
I would want somebody who would have sat down, done the analysis, plot his graphs, and decided that, okay, so maybe this 2027 is not the point. Okay? And look, for me, that is really leadership, when you decide timing is also important. Let me build a political party. Let me build a solid followership. This man, I cannot fight him. There's no shame in understanding that, okay, the tides are all against you. And you prepare your plan for 2031. And by 2028, everybody can see that you are a solid person. So, but because you go into ADC, I really am not happy that they went into that. Me, myself, I wanted to register as a member of that ADC. But when I sit down and do the analysis, I told myself, no, you only tarnish your image. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why would somebody who I would think that will have all the information? One of the things that helped Buhari win is because there are a lot of people who, by the side, they are still part of the other government, Jonathan Goodluck government, but they are feeding information here and there. Oh, this is what's going to happen. I am sure a lot of information is at Peter Obi's disposal. I'm very sure there are middle-level Nigerians that are not happy. They are within the government. They are not happy with what's happening, and they will feed him information.
Okay, that's good. Now, at least,
for me now, it is now that people like him and this is the partnership they should have formed right in 2023, immediately after the election.
Exactly. Although BWB hadn't won 6 million. Listen, that's the problem. He had to win it before they
okay. So what I'm saying that in 2023, after
the election.
You are right. You are right.
They have been working together since 2023 till this point.
You are right. Even alone, Peter Obi didn't. Yeah, he opposed the government. He said certain things, but he didn't say some of the things he was saying in his campaign.
But anyway, my forefathers, my position has always been clear. Okay, I have studied this country for a long time. The problems are deeper. I know that if I'm elected today as president of this country, I will not do well. I will not do well, forefathers. I will not do well. Let me give you, in fact, even in 2023, when Peter Obi was contesting, I started writing an open letter to him, but I stopped at some point. One of the things that you as an aspiring leader needs to be wary of in this country, number one, the first point of challenge is even the people that will be around you. The people you would take that will help you to work together, even as an executive arm of government. If you don't understand that that is where your first challenge will come from, then you have a big problem. Go and look at all the past leaders. That's where their biggest challenge is. People that would let's take even Trump, for instance, in a Senate environment. There are a lot of people around him that at the end of the day, it's not his own Trumpish interest that they are pushing. So that's number one. Number two, the National Assembly, as long as this our National Assembly is there, it's going to be a major problem. The system it was configured correctly, but we have, especially during OBJ's time, it has been, I don't know the word, not, if you say it's reconfigured, it's a benign statement, but it has been compromised. It's not compromised. It's compromise is like it's the same thing, but now there has been something. It's completely something different. Because all the criminals, is it not today that I'm hearing that this governor, this Kogi governor, is going to come to Senate? If you go to the Senate, you look at the people there, you would ask yourself, like,
Is
okay,
that Bello we are referring to?
yes, how can anything good come out of this chamber? This chamber is like toilet chamber, you know, like where all the shit goes into.
That's terrible.
You know? So, well, no, I mean, the country has a big problem. I'm just telling you that for me, the argument should not even be about Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, and Atiku, and Tinubu. It is a whole system that is rotten. As a people, we must become aware that this is our reality. There has to be an awareness that we're in a bad place. And the starting point is to really deal with some of the smaller issues that we are fighting each other, because on tribal lines or religious lines or some foreign masters that we have come to worship. Once they take a position on something, even within the country, you see now Nigeria, I'm even happy that because of this Iranian war, it would have been possible to see people, Nigeria will have been fighting itself. The North will support Iran, the South will support America. It's been a possibility. I was so happy.
Most of the Southerners that I know, so okay, I don't know. I think most of the Southerners supported. I don't think they were taking side, but they didn't like that America attacked Iran first.
No, do you know what changed everything? It's Israel.
We are aware.
Israel opened a lot of people's eyes that these people, even if they may not come publicly and acknowledge it, but when you see what Israel has done in Palestine, in especially Gaza, you ask yourself 2 times that okay, so yes, maybe they are biblical people. I'm also a biblical person, but this is not
okay.
You know,
can we wrap this up so that we can?
No, I'm just saying that I'm summarizing that with Nigeria, my issue is not. I don't think the issue is going to be Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, or Kwankwaso. They could come with a little bit of difference, but if this country is going to be what it is to be, all of us must become conscious and be aware that we are in a bad place. Number one, we need to leave that place where we are fighting each other. We need to re-educate ourselves and then educate the people that we need to educate, and then probably begin to construct a different system for ourselves and see how we are going to foist that system on the society. This is my take. It's daunting, but I think it's possible also. Because
thank you for that,
political parties, they are not working. Like everything is just not working. There's nothing that works in this country. All the institutions have collapsed. Nothing works. School is nonsense. There's nothing like police. The same police now is I'm sure they are in cohort with some of these people that are moving the guns around. And this is not something new for a Nigerian. You know that, look, half of the time when there is robberies, there's some police connection that you just can't put your finger on it. You know, so there is no institution that is working in the country, honestly. And
thank you.
But we have to
thank you, Masca. Let's
get on everybody.
So that we can. Who is? You're going away, Masca?
I will stay for like 5 minutes, but I definitely will quietly disappear.
Okay, let me just play this video while we have a bit of a break for a short period of time, maybe 5 minutes or more. But this one is from Malema. His reply to some of those knuckle-headed South Africans that are just misbehaving.
Of white people, look at them. When they speak to a white person, they are very respectful. They show manners. When they speak to a black person, they are violent. But let's ask a question. After you marched and say you don't want Zimbabweans, you don't want Nigerians, you don't want Ghanaians, you close shops, you march. Why are you not coming back to tell us the following day that after that march, we expelled 10 Zimbabweans. And out of those 10 Zimbabweans, we're able to give 10 South Africans jobs. There is no such a report. Why? Because now Kabakuba ma Zimbabwe, hauna misebetsi, batho bale ba ma Zimbabwe, ba etsa mesebetsi e lona le sa batleng ho e etsa because those are slaves' jobs. They don't pay anything. You want proper jobs. You want a job with a pay slip, with an appointment letter, with pension, with medical aid, and you deserve it. But why are we fighting each other? It is the same people who made us fight each other during apartheid, black on black violence. They sponsored it. The same provinces where blacks were killing blacks during apartheid, sponsored by apartheid government, is the same provinces where blacks are beating blacks today. The script is the same. The writer of the script is the same. Why do you ask me? Unkupa orna, koncha ngwana, koskolong ka is not South African. Ke munche koskolong, ke feche ke shebe waka, ke be proud father. After removing a black child from school, when the black children were removed from school with bullets in 1976, when our parents were removed from school because they did not have school fees, I must play that role. Me, I will never do it. I'm not going to take a pregnant woman out of a clinic because she's not South African. She gives birth of an African child at the gate, and that child dies. And you want me to do that and be proud and look at my children and say, I'm a proud father after I stopped life, after I killed someone? I will not do that. I did not join politics to be voted for. I was too young when I joined politics. These positions that I have came as a result of my participation. I am not in politics to be elected. I'm in politics to articulate a position of African people who have been oppressed for too long. We are not saying any Zimbabwean, Nigerian, Ghanaian must bring crime here. The same way no South African must bring crime here. Anyone who brings drugs, South African or Nigerian, must be dealt with according to the laws of South Africa. Not mob justice. Lena le west, but northwest. Le tshwana le rena ko Limpopo. Ha ba qeta kama Zimbabwe. You must know we are next. Because Bob Uchishor and Tweking kasi Zulu ye. Just talk about hack. So you must stop it before it comes to you. Remember, Raba Limpopo were even too dark. They are just going to look at us and say, well, now we don't even have to ask you anything. I coupe. Before it comes to us, let's stop it there and say, let's deal with illegal immigration through the laws of this country. The Minister of Home Affairs is a DA minister, but they never match to the Minister of Home Affairs, who is responsible for illegal immigrants. Why? They are scared of white people. Look at them. When they speak to a white person, they are very respectful. They show manners. When they speak to a black person, they are violent. When is that march going to Cape Town? Because a lot of illegal immigrants, white immigrants, are in Cape Town. Let's see them going to Cape Town and asking whites to produce their IDs. The same way here in Northwest, a lot of whites say they own land. If you ask them to produce a title deed, they don't have. They gave each other the land early 90s when they saw that democracy was coming. So many white people are here in South Africa, illegal labor. They must be treated the same way we treat others. But now they are even worse. They've got our land. How na le fast? Narula economic freedom. O Shabali Zimbabwe, Liatamaya, you remain landless. How na le Zimbabwe le fast? Le fast le kamara matso amakhuwa. How na le Zimbabwe le factory, le nang le mine, le nang le bank. You are fighting over useless things. They are distracting you so that you focus on each other while they are stealing our minerals, while they are stealing our land. Fukataki. This is the time you must be more awake. They are distracting you. They say foreigners have taken jobs from you. Go for them. You go there. They take everything. That's what they did during apartheid. When we were supposed to get our freedom, they started a fight between ANC and IFP. Instead of concentrating on fighting for freedom, we got distracted and killed each other. Who took the weapons to KZN? It was apartheid soldiers. Bought a lot of ammunition, took it to KZN. That's why till today, there are a lot of illegal guns in KZN. Those guns were delivered by the apartheid government, arming blacks to fight one another. Today, they don't give you guns. They put in your mind wrong ideas for you to hate each other, concentrate on one another, while they continue to benefit the minerals of our world. We need to focus, comrades. Not because I killed anyone. They want to take me to jail for 5 years because they don't want me. Why? Why do they want to take me away? They want to take me away because they are scared of the truth. They don't want the truth. I will talk the truth here. I'll talk the truth in jail. I'll talk the truth in my grave. No one can ever kill my ideas. My ideas are out there. No one can ever arrest my ideas. My ideas are out there. No white woman can determine my destination. I've got an appointment with the future, and that future is the revolution to liberate the children of Africa. You must not be scared, comrades. You must never allow them to use me to intimidate you. No one must use my name to intimidate you. Continue to fight for the truth. Continue to tell the truth. Do not be shaken by my sentencing, because that's what they want. They want you to be shaken. I'm not shaken. If I was not married with children, I was not going to appeal it. I was going to go there and come back. But as a responsible family man, I might be strong. My wife might not be strong. My children might not be strong. And my jail can destroy them. For them, I shall appeal it until I get my freedom, so that my family is in a better position. Fighters, the system is against us. We need to rise now. We need to take over power and change the system. The only way you can do that is to make sure that in your VT, there is a VT coordinator who registers the voters, because you cannot win election without your own voters.
You know, Papa, you know, get voters card.
Our father is sleeping, no.
So, don't collect, don't join Don't just city boys.
Destruction. A CNN investigation discovering Iran has caused extensive damage to a majority of the U.S. military sites in the region. Precise Iranian missile and drone strikes, aided by sophisticated Chinese technology, hitting some of America's most crucial military assets in the Middle East. The extent of the damage unknown until now.
You guys, just 1 second. You guys have already.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now. A once bustling American micro-city in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel.
Father, don't they sleep. This guy don't they sleep.
He's a member of the city boy.
This is for father's religion now.
Orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà dídarí jọ tí mo àràbà ó bá ti ọdọọdún. Ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá péré fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá àgbà gbogbo fèwú sókè kò sí ohun tí ó sọ bá ẹ ní ìfowópamọ́. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni. Àwa máa forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni. Kábíyèsí o.
The guy that from Bakas. They are not sitting there.
Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Nínú gbogbo alágbára ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Olúwa, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Nínú gbogbo alágbára kò sẹ́ni tó dàbí rẹ̀, kò sẹ́ni tó dàbí rẹ̀, Olúwa. Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Nínú gbogbo alágbára ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Olúwa, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀? Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀?
You know, I really, look at that. You even know how to sing. Now you become an Ekpenyong.
I'm a definition of Nigeria.
Well, okay, you're welcome. Yeah, I thought I should play the Yoruba one. We've been playing the South and everything. So, yeah, and I think we are 3 of us remaining now. I'm sure one person is probably going to stray back again. So now it's an open conversation. Let me play this video. Actually, I think this video has been waiting.
They rub my rub.
Mind your business, Jare. All this longer truth. You can't even you can't hear about food and you're asking what I eat already. Let me play this.
Or being controlled from.
Where is this thing? This video is very interesting though. This is something I found out about this a bit quite recently, but this one, let me play it so you can hear what this guy said. Somebody shared it with me last week, but I didn't know how to download it. Let me
or being controlled from elsewhere except amongst us. It's been a lie all along, and it can be a little bit shameful that I'm realizing that for the first time at my age, going to 90. The leaders are the agents of people who are not even here, and they are controlling us by proxy. The idea of democracy and what it takes is a fluke and subterfuge. I've told you, we call them our leaders, but they are their agents. If we want to join them, even at my age, they will reserve special place for me in the highest places, because they will defer to me. I know all of them. If I don't know the people there, now I know their fathers. Our youth, you can't blame them. You can't blame them, because the pits they are finding themselves now have been dug for them centuries ago. How can anybody tell me that the distance between Lagos and Ibadan, less than 150 kilometers, is taking 20 years to construct? At my age of going to 90, I've been hearing of NEPA development, rearrangement, reconstruction for the past 50 years.
Wow, you see that? For the past 50 years, this is exactly what I mean. It's designed to keep us standing still, and it took him up to 19 years to realize it. I realized it. I thank God I realized it a lot earlier. I don't know when Femi realized it. Femi, when did you come to the realization that your leaders are not your leaders? Yeah? They are busy governing for other people.
Have you not been hearing me tell you that I re-educated myself? And that's why that's why I laugh when people that do not want to hear alternate opinion just want us to believe that everything America does is right. I mean, I've been saying it. I say it all the time. In fact, I want Ovie to speak before me. There's I don't know if you know Professor Maradi, who was part of he typically appears in a lot of these podcasts by anyway. There's a book he had
probably doing. I said probably doing, but just don't recognize his name.
There's a book he recommended. It turns out that it was 2 Americans that wrote it, going to Tehran. Still on this Iran issue. You see, it's easy for some things are too superficial sometimes. See, I will just end this way and repeat something I've mentioned before, that growing up in Nigeria, especially during the Babangida to Abacha period, where that suffer first started, right? Proper. I remember a lot of times my recourse was, remember that those rechargeable lamps, the red one that had lights, that had radio, that almost everybody had at some point. I remember I used to listen to VOA a lot. I don't know what you don't know, but some things never made sense to me. But come to look, and because America was an opportunity, come to America was an opportunity for me to go to the library a lot, for example, and try to make up my mind depending on which history I am reading. And that was my first encounter with what they refer to as the CIA fact book. I'll end there for now.
Yeah, I guess you can say maybe when my eyes started opening to America's, that is the European way of doing things that is not very good. I'm either is through the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or through their behavior with African Americans. That's what I need. That okay, something is not right here. It's not very balanced. because I was looking at the way they were negotiating. I didn't even, as a matter of fact, if anything, I should be supporting the Americans and the Israelis because that's how we grew up. We are by default pan-Israel and pan-American. So, but watching the way they were negotiating, it just doesn't make sense. They just kept being a little bit biased and it wasn't balanced. I just felt this is not right, man. Even by our own Nigerian standard, this is not right.
Yeah, I know I said I was going to go here. You see, you know, there's a line I keep repeating that it didn't start with Trump, for example, and this is America we're talking about. Again, remember, this thing, just for anybody that cares to pay attention, it is not about Iran at all. All roads lead to China and maybe Russia, if you will, ultimately. Now, I know, of course, there's still the Israeli dimension in all of this matter. But one thing that is so evident to a lot of people, even here in America, among even Americans, white, black, whatever, that I have conversations with, is the fact that as much as it's not something that started right now, and it could well be another country if it wasn't America that was this at the precipice, reaching the precipice, has reached the height of its powers. Trump, it just happened to be Trump that was there now to open, because you know he's saying the quiet part loud because he's not that smart. Sorry.
Yeah, so he's revealing the idea that America. Okay, go ahead, Ovie.
See, Trump character is pretty much made up. It's not because there are so many things that you have to consider, right? Trump is the first president that talked to media every day, 30 minutes to an hour. It takes somebody who has been in the media for 40 years to pull that off. So Trump has been in, quote unquote, be preparing for this role pretty much all his life, if you want to use that phrase, for the sake of conversation. So that's never happened before. And it is not a coincidence that this happened during the age of information. Right? So that's why he just talk to anyhow, and he knows the media will hedge on that. So you can say he's a distractor in chief. His role is just to be that distractor who is more incapable to actually get attention of everyone. And if he suits that bill. So that's what this is not, that's just his role. But every other thing has been prepared even before now, right? Now, if you tell me, I don't know if you're already paying attention to the Democrat side, right? They're already working on their project 2029.
Yeah.
They're already recruiting staffs, right? They are doing the abundance group, which is the center right. Their own movement is going. They are doing the same thing the Republican did for like the past 10, 15 years. The goal is that if they eventually take power, they will not be looking for who is going to be this, who is going to be this, who is going to be this. So even if they make Nigeria president under the Democrat by 2028 or by 20 whatever, staff's already been prepared for the role they are going to play. So it is a system that is at play. And until you understand that system, you will be thinking these actors, they don't know what they are doing. They just don't know. It has little to do with them. A lot of people that contributed to Project 2025 are the key actors that are working in this Donald Trump administration. You don't see them on TV, right? You don't see them. Those people. So there's a method to the madness. Trump is Trump because of the era, the age that we are in. He's the media darling. You understand? All the accusation, everything is all to generate interest. Why all this thing is happening. Now, talking about that Iran, when I'm talking about, you have to understand the role of Muslim Brotherhood. That thing was founded in 1928, right? Then a couple of years later, what happened? The British Empire had a problem with Egypt because of the Suez Canal. So about 6 members of the founders of the Muslim Brotherhood work for the Suez Canal Company, owned by the British and the French in the 30s. So even the company has to donate about 500 British pounds, you understand, to the organization. So even though the organization was set to oppose secular way of life of the British, then in Egypt, the way they are drinking and doing all this, everything. But at the same time, they work in tandem. So fast forward to today, right? If you argue that, oh, the British Brotherhood are Sunnis, why the Iranian going? Yes, ideologically they differ, but politically, in the end of convenience, they are 5 and 6. So the financial network of this organization is still under the City of London's financial control. So when I'm saying that the British people have been enormous control in Iran, it's not that, just like the way they are controlling us down here, it is because of their interest within that Strait of Hormuz, right? And again, anytime I use insurance as an example, insurance is not just to insure goods. Everything that is inside that ship had to be detailed. Today, we are talking about data. What is data? So that means everything that goes in and out. You, that the insurance company, knows everything. So you are wondering why Iran never built their nuclear weapon. And somebody said they are monitoring. So when somebody controls what goes in and out of you, it pretty much controls you. Any day when you know what, if you block up, so that's what you see happening. And most importantly, the World Trade Organization, the globalization that we are seeing today is anchored on American Navy. So they are saying, come, why we say now we they work, some people judge the job in the name of what? So there's so much, that's just one aspect. There's so much going on in that. But whenever I mention the Muslim Brotherhood, because there's history. And it's not just that Muslim side, you have to also to understand the Jesuits. You have to also trace that back to the Catholic end. So these are the origins of all these things. But there are so many ways in which
it doesn't seem coherent though. Because these the reason why what Femi said seems to match reality very well was because of the Mackinder thesis and the fact that he said that they wanted Iran, and then there's also the idea that Israel played into it too. And you see, where Israel really played into it was because they wanted Iran, but they also knew that Iran was a problematic country to try to take by force.
Iran is on the regional control. Who controls the region? That's what Iran is fighting.
Yeah,
that's what it's
Israel.
I think Israel. Sorry, the Israel
exactly
regional control.
Exactly. So that's where the factor of Israel came in to overwhelm, they override the American interest.
Yes, not that they override the American interest. It's a relationship of convenience. Like, I want something, right? I want fly go Nigeria. I want something to go Nigeria, right? And Femi already get there. We already want to go there, even if I don't like her, right? And if the goal, if I don't see our goal could be for Nigeria, I'll find a way to work with it, right? So again, Israel is a special purpose vehicle.
Okay, let me explain the analogy I was trying to make. What the analogy you make that Israel is a special purpose vehicle, in a way, there's some truth there.
So what
I'm trying to explain, let me explain what I'm trying to say. Like your analogy about traveling. Let's say America wants to travel to South Africa and you wanted to travel to London and you are Israel. America knows that, okay, going to South Africa is very, very difficult. That they know it's not a trip that they want to go because it's not feasible. Because if they try to go to South Africa, the airline will crash and everything is going to be messed up. But because Israel wants to get to Nigeria, you want to get to Nigeria, you convinced America that no, don't worry, the trip is going to be good. You're going to make the trip. The trip is going to be good. Hold on, let me finish my point. That's what Israel did.
Their idea. saying that Israel is the control America. That's why you have that point of view.
No, it's a fact. No, it's not an idea. It's a fact that Netanyahu was admitted. I don't know why you are laughing. It's like you're laughing at reality. You might as well laugh at reality because that's what actually happened. There's evidence. They reported it. Several sources said Netanyahu was at the meeting. J.D. Vance told Trump, this guy is lying to your face. That what he's telling you is not true. Because Netanyahu and the Mossad leaders sold to Trump that it's fine, that they're going to collapse. If you take out their leadership, they're going to collapse. That's the analogy I'm giving you, that not that America doesn't want it to happen. America wants it to happen, but the reason why they never did it, let me finish now. The reason why they never did it was because they knew this was going to be the problem. That's why they never did it, even if they wanted it.
To Nigeria. America change or react like this every 80 years. Everything at timing. They are not.
That is different. That is a different thing from this actual issue.
Wait now, let me just tell you, regardless of who at this point in time, it doesn't matter if it's Trump. This is what the agenda is.
They are not blind. They are not stupid. If the agenda is to attack in China, they will just attack China.
Let me ask both of you one question. Did Israel convince the United States, or did Israel blackmail the United States into going to war with Iran?
None of the above. The war with Iran.
I think there's an element of both.
No. The war with
There's
Iran
evidence for both.
Hold on now. The war in Iran has been in place for the past 40 years. Has nothing to do with Israel.
No, listen. Whether the point is, it never happened in the last 40 years.
Israel has
so hold up one second. Just hold up 1 second. We agree that they've always had a plan to attack 7 countries, right? Whether it was under Israeli influence or whatever, U.S. Policy, whatever it was. The point is, it hasn't happened since the 80 or 86, if that's going to be 40, 86, right? But it happened in 2025, right? When they started ratcheting up. Mm-hmm. Between 86 and 2025, was it Israel convincing America like 4 or 5 was just saying, or was it the fact that there was something other than conviction that made them say, we have no choice, we got to side with Israel on this?
American plan, I don't sit down with any foreign country to quit their foreign policy.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And I'm telling you from verifiable experience, that's a bloody lie.
Which country they sit down with to drive their foreign policy?
America has allies whose...
That's not the
point. Wait, hold up. You ask a question. America has allies whose interests, depending on how it's going to affect American policy domestically and internationally, they do sit down with them.
What did I say?
But more so, just try to listen, okay? But more so, Israel has a very, very large influence on how America drafts its policy internationally and even domestically. And it has been like that for almost 50 years, at least 50 years.
There are over 18,000 lobbyists in Washington, D.C.
I'm not talking about lobbyists.
Hold on.
I'm talking about prime minister after prime minister, whether Yitzhak Rabin, whether Naftali Bennett, whether Golda Meir, whether Ben Gurion, whether Ariel Sharon, whether the guy we have right now, Netanyahu, prime minister after the death of JFK, they've been influencing American foreign policy.
I said there are over 18,000 lobbyists in Washington, D.C. in America. They all have influence. America will not sit down with any country to drive their foreign policy.
That is not true.
Let me finish. This is you keep saying it's not true. It's not true.
And I'm telling you, it's not true because I don't want to get personal. It is not true. I'm not asking you what you're reading, what you read in books. I'm saying it's not true.
Because you are now, I should believe you because you are part of the.
You don't have to believe me. You just have to try to.
Allow me hear my opinion.
I've been listening to you I've been listening to you all day.
Yeah, so I like.
You're not going to say anything you haven't been listening to all day.
I'm not stopping for saying what I believe. It's not for you to accept or not.
It's not about accepting. I'm just telling you. No. I heard you all day. I'm just saying it's not true. That's what I'm telling you.
Talk to you. Can you allow me to speak? It's my turn to. Can you allow me?
Go ahead. That's fair. If that's what you want to say.
So the issue that America, as we have it, the American planner, don't care about who comes in at the time. Everything is.
What do you call an American planner? What do you mean American? When you say American planner, explain to us what you mean American planner.
I'm not going to explain. It's up to you to.
You have to explain.
No, I don't.
What do you call American planner?
I don't know. I just love the word.
You just love the word American planner.
Yeah, I love that phrase. Sexy.
Okay.
You see, this is the thing. In a way, I like the way he's questioning you, Oviedo, because he's trying to find out whether you know what you are talking about. That's why he's asking you those questions.
Even though I don't know what I'm talking about, can you allow me to say it? I mean, why is this?
You can't you can't say it. Let me tell you one reason why I declined. No. Do you guys have a tendency on this show to tell people to say, let me say whatever I want to say insofar as I say that. And if the person fact checks you or cross checks you and says, well, this is not right, they'll say, well, just let them talk. So you can't just talk if you don't tell us.
Just because you said it's not right if I check me, does that mean I should stop talking?
No, I didn't say it's not right. I said explain to us. No, hear me. No, explain to us what you mean. When you say planner, what do you mean American planner? Tell us what you mean by that.
I don't know it. Do I have the right not to know what I'm saying?
You don't have the right to not know what you're saying.
Oh
my God.
No, so I don't have the right to say what I don't know. This is an unfolding event. History is a study of events. It comes from different angles. Just because you have not heard it before, that doesn't mean it's not true. And as I said, even if you fact check it and he said it's a lie, that doesn't stop me from continuing what I believe is what I know. Unless this is not an open platform.
It is an open platform, but your position that Israel has no influence over what Trump did.
This is the problem. That's the problem, right? And I said there are over 18,000 lobbyists in America. They all have influence. What do you mean by Israel is not having influence? You guys are saying Israel is the primary principle that led the.
You've passed that already. You're telling us how American policy is formulated, and you said we should listen to you, and we're listening to you now. You said how American planet. So what do you mean American planet? Is my question.
I don't know that phrase, but I just love it.
But that doesn't make sense. Anyway, Karen, I don't know.
That's your point. It doesn't have to make sense to you. If the goal is to make everything make sense to you, I will never make one point. So I didn't leave my house to talk just because to make sense to you. That's the point I want you to get. We are talking about issue. You are saying this. It's an unfolding event. How can you see America? We gather their allies to sit down and drive their foreign policy. If that makes sense to you, that's fine.
But Oviedo, are we not here to try to learn and teach? If you want to teach and show people, don't you think you should use language that they understand what it stands for?
Hold on. I said something. I was very clear that America don't sit down with anybody to drive their foreign policy. He said that is not true, that you sit down with their ally. So what do you want me to say?
I said, okay.
I said, okay. So what do you want? You want me to retrieve what I said and say, oh, yours is right? That's not going to happen.
Okay, there are multiple administrations. People that have served under Obama, people that have served under Biden came out and said Netanyahu has asked them to attack Iran, and they turned Netanyahu down. Netanyahu said if they don't attack Iran, that they will go alone. and they said, no, we are not supporting you, and Netanyahu didn't go ahead and attack. Then that it was only Trump that agreed to do it. This is something Netanyahu has been asking for a long time.
Did I say all this that we never said? I said, I don't believe it. That doesn't mean they never said it.
So you don't believe the evidence. You don't believe things that are based on evidence.
Trump said the war is over. They have destroyed the whole Iran. That's what Trump said. That's an evidence. Should I believe him? But he said
that's not evidence. That's verbal. This thing. This one we're talking about multiple correlation and people that were in the meeting.
Hold on. Netanyahu was school in America, an American boy. I am not saying every word you are saying that they are not being uttered. It is for me to read in between the line, to be rational, to come to my own conclusion. Does that mean you believe my conclusion? No. Does that mean that's your conclusion? No.
So Marco Rubio is wrong. So Marco Rubio was not telling the truth when he said we went into this war because we knew when Israel attacked, Iran was going to retaliate against us.
I think even a 2-year-old child will know that if you beat somebody that has some hand to throw back, you will retaliate. That's what I'm saying. I am not saying this people did not say this. Nobody will believe that say Iran will not be able to retaliate. That is not the point. As I said.
So even when they are telling you that it's Israel that dragged them into the war, you are telling us that that's not true.
I said, yes, for me, I don't believe that. Because to me, it doesn't make sense. The America that I understand, right? They have their plan in place before now, right? So to say that one country that has been set up as an SPV by the two empires is not, I mean, if it makes sense to you, that's fine. I am not going to take it away from you, but it doesn't make sense to me. But you guys don't want to accept mine, but I have to accept yours. That's where the problem is.
No, it's because yours is baseless. It's not based on evidence. That's the problem.
Baseless. I never said what you are saying is baseless. I just said, reading in between the line with the little that I know from other sources, I know I am questioning that.
Where are the sources that you're talking about? What source and what did they say? Because all you are saying is that you don't believe it, but you don't have any basis for why you don't believe it.
America as a superpower will not sit down with anybody to drive their foreign policy. Like, how is that statement? So,
yet Israeli officials are said to have gone into the Pentagon and commanding people at the Pentagon. We are watching Trump pull out chair for this thing. People that are close to them are telling you what is happening.
You are speaking English. You said "are said." You say people are said. Israel. You understand? Everybody just they talk. I am not disputing what you are saying. It's never said, right? But why do you want me to accept everything they said? Oak and Sinclair. Why?
Not hold everything. No.
To analyze the issue, to say, this thing is just a little bit of a hitchy here.
But your analysis is no. You see, when you analyze something, this is why we have peer review. When you analyze something, then your submission will be checked for the evidence and the basis of your argument. And your only basis of your argument is America is a superpower. But based on the way America has been behaving recently,
what do you want me to do now? Do you want me to retrieve what I said and say, you guys are right, I just go with you guys?
But let me ask you this. Do you think it's America's okay? Let me ask you now. Is it in America's interest to take Gaza?
It's in America's interest to control the Middle East.
To take Gaza?
I am. Come on now. I'm not be small picking. I just tell you, it is in their interest to control Middle East.
They already control the Middle East. No, they already control the Middle East, but is it in their interest to take Gaza?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not going to tell you.
Yes.
Okay, doesn't know that, but in the context of
you see, okay, tell me where is it stated that they are going to take Gaza? That is in their interest.
No, my point is that they allowed.
No, hold on now.
Because they allowed Israel to do it. That's my point.
That's not. You see, Jide, you laugh at me. You see the conjecture here. Right?
Well, so did you think it was?
When I refuse to answer it directly, it's not because I don't know whether yes or no, right? But when somebody come and ask me to provide the evidence where it is policy-wise stated that they are interested in taking over Gaza, I'm not going to provide that. So that's why I
For-
said, but
for-
I can
for-
tell you, I can provide text, I can both disqualify, both classify and unclassified
Outside-
documents that say they are interested in control Middle East.
outside of the Israeli aspect, assuming Israel was not involved, do you still think it is in America's interest to control Gaza?
If what? Sorry.
I'm actually asking for Father. Well, you can answer too.
Oh, if
Because
Israel is
he-
not involved,
Can I
if
answer
Israel,
as well?
if Israel is not there,
Yeah, why not?
see, the thing is that America already controls the Middle East, especially anywhere within the Palestinian territory, because Israel is controlling that area.
No, assuming the Israeli factor was not there, of what benefit would the control of?
No, it will be because it's still part of a strategic location, part of the world, and they will want to have influence over that area. That is true. But the
No.
problem is that they already have influence over the area because Israel controls that.
If that was true, why hasn't America sought to control Gaza prior to 67?
Prior to 67, the reason why they don't want to control Gaza then is because that area, like I repeated it multiple times, that area was already under their control. That's or at least under their allies' control.
No, again, listen to what I'm saying. Outside of the Israeli factor, that is the key word or the key words. Assuming Israel, these Europeans did not go there to control that region of Palestine, what would be the benefit of Gaza or the West Bank or Hebron to U.S. foreign policy? The answer would be none. There would be none. America would have no interest in that area, just like we never had an interest in it prior to. Let me finish, please. So prior to the Israelis going to that region, we never had an interest in that area.
So this has to frame it
because they don't have the power.
I think they did, though. I think they did. By the time Israel was created, that was when America emerged as a superpower. That's the difference.
Yes, it was after the Second World War, after the British have destroyed their military. They cannot project power militarily in that region again. That's when America.
But see, my point is, my question is still this: of what benefit would it be to America outside of the Israeli factor? Which, when I say the Israeli factor, we take into cognizance the fact. Let me just say, one second. So we have to take into cognizance the factor that it is the Israeli influence on the U.S. government that makes.
No.
Can I please finish, sir?
Okay.
We have to take into cognizance that it is the Israeli factor, the Israeli influence on the U.S. government that makes America want that area specifically. Because think of this over here. What is the benefit of Gaza to U.S. foreign policy? It doesn't affect us militarily, defense, or financially. It doesn't.
Yeah, but at the moment, the question
now the Middle East is a different story.
At the moment. But the question you have to ask, if Israel is not there, doesn't exercise control over that place, who will? Right? It will be government that America will not like. So yes, that's the point there. So if Israel is not there to exercise that power over that, somebody else will, and that person may likely not be on the ally of the United States. It could
I mean, those are assumptions.
No, but that's why I said they want to control that region. When you are controlling the region, you watch every actor in that region. What power do they have? What power are they likely to possess to challenge my power? So it's a long-term projection. That's why I say everything is in the plan. Just like when we are arguing that this war is primarily centered against China, right? It could it would get to the next 10 to 15 years before you start seeing the effect.
I think your original statement, before we bring Jide in, the original statement about that is about controlling the region. That is true. They want to control the region, but their need to control the region has to be. They also have to understand how to get it done. because it's one thing to want to do something. There's the logistics of actually doing it, and that is where this that's where this sequence of events that occurred recently with Iran comes into focus, because the process of doing it was clearly it had high negative potential consequence. So that is why they never went after Iran all this while since 1979 or so. That's why they never went after Iran.
It's about time. By 1979, America don't have that kind of power.
Because Iran was not a threat to us.
No, that's why I say it's not.
It's not about the threat. It's not about the threat.
For me, the crime of Iran is the location. Right? They use it.
But that is true. You already said that. You already said that. But my point is that you are trying. You see, what you are trying to do, Ovie, is that you are trying to wiggle out of the situation where that you found yourself. Because what is happening is that we all know that is true, that Iran is important to America, but they also know that it's like you saying, "Oh, I need to get this snake to do certain things. I need this snake to get venom, this and out of it." But the snake is dangerous, and you don't have the necessary sticker that they use to catch snake.
Do you guys realize that Iran has always been an ally of the United States?
Exactly, yeah. But has a realistic question.
Do you guys realize that? So not until Netanyahu started insisting that we destroy Iran did we start formulating these policies that Iran bad.
They had problem with Qatar now. They had problem with Qatar.
Hear me out. What Qatar? What do you mean they had
They kidnapped American citizens now. Iranian regime kidnapped American citizens under Jimmy Carter's.
Carter. I thought you said Carter, the country.
As of 1949. America don't have the power to project. They don't have it. As of 1949. So
what do you mean we didn't have? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. As of 1949, America was undisputably the sole superpower on the planet. What do you mean we didn't have the power?
They don't know how to project power.
Hold on. So they will. Are you saying that fresh off the Second World War, they will be engaging in USSR with the ideological war that almost crippled them, but at the same time,
What's your question? I don't get your question. What's your question?
They don't have the powers at 1949 to project the kind of power it has now. Military.
Yes, we did. We destroyed the Japanese.
How do you think they got to Europe?
Hold on. We destroyed the Japanese in the Pacific. Hold on. We undisputed world power. In the Pacific, in the oceans, nobody could contest us. In the air, the Royal Air Force was done. The Luftwaffe of Germany was done. The United States Air Force supreme in the air. On land, we fought all the way from France to Russia, secured Germany. We fought in the Pacific. We fought in Indochina. We fought in Korea. On land, we owned it. So nuclear weapons, we had already tested two in. Wait. Nuclear weapons. I'm just taking the positions for you to know that we were the world powers. So nuclear weapons, we had hit Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We had started testing hydrogen bombs all over the territories in Guam. You don't listen. In terms of intelligence, we had everything on lock. Okay, so in all ways, shapes, and forms, in terms of the economy, we are the top economy in the world. How are you saying we were in the superpowers at the end of World War II? Tell me how.
Let's bring Jide in. Let's bring Jide in before you go drown him out. Hold on. No. Let's just bring Jide in first, then he can speak. So that, Ovie, let's not make it two-sided. Let's bring Jide in now. Jide, what do you make of this? Ovie is insinuating that America just wanted to control the Middle East, and everything that happened doesn't have anything to do with Israel. It's just America doing its own thing. Is that your findings too, Jide?
Oh no, let me make this point first, and I would explain everything. As at Second World War, yes, America achieved all these things. But guess what? There are two factors that were not present at that time. just what they call USSR with their communist ideology, who are ready to go what mainstream. And there's no a country called China. So there's no even need to take war to Iran as at that time. So you have to factor the reality of that time.
How are we getting there? I don't get your point.
Russia, see, remember, America had to go and decouple Russia from USSR for them to even win the war.
Yeah, but what's the point of that to what we're talking about?
They don't have the power, they don't have the need to project power across the world in order to face Russia and still face Iran at the same time. They don't have it.
Iran had no...
After everything that happened, the Second World War, they don't.
Iran was not even a factor in 49. What are you talking about?
So why are you guys expecting America to fight them then if they are not a factor?
You brought up I think you always conflate issues. The reason we started discussing 49 was the statement you made that as of 1949 you were juxtaposing with the establishment of Israel. You said as of 1949 America was not a power enough to have done anything in the Middle East. And I'm saying, no, that's not true. At the end of World War II,
you're right.
As at the end of World War II, we were the sole superpowers in every ramification that makes a country a superpower, from economy down to military might.
Okay. The question about US being the dominant power in the Middle East, I think it is more complicated than just looking at it from a simplistic approach that the US is in total domination of the Middle East without Israel. Where Israel came into the factor, we need to look at the First World War, not even the Second World War. It was the First World War. And during the First World War, there was an ideology that was growing because I need time. I think you guys should give me some time to explain this. I'll try and be as short as possible and as simple as possible. During the First World War, the British Empire was still the most powerful empire at that moment. You had other forces. You had the German or the Prussian Empire. You had the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You had the Ottoman Empire. You had the Russian Empire, right? So you had the Allied forces, the British, the Russians, right? And the French. Then you had the Ottomans, right? And the Germans. The Germans were heavily industrialized at that time. The idea of using proxy originally was not even by the British or Americans. The idea of let's use religious proxies to fight for us or as a source of expansion was developed by the Germans in the First World War. And they used Muslims within the Ottoman Empire. They used some soldier elements in the Ottoman Empire to actually fight the British and all that. The British now stole that idea. The British stole the idea that, oh, this idea will be great for us. Let's now start using religious. That was also, around that period, also coincided with a lot of fanatical religious ideologies like Zionism, Wahhabism. Zionism, Wahhabism in Islam, in the Ottoman Empire, that the British used to eventually sponsor Arabs, some Arab factions that played a role in the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Zionism was also developed at that time by European Jews, right? Those Europeans. The idea that they wanted to establish their own land. The British also that would be a good idea. Let's actually establish an outpost. After they collapsed the Ottoman Empire, like I said, I'll make it as simple. So they used those extremist ideology, like Wahhabism, by some Arabs. The head of that movement, of that Wahhabist movement, was a man called Ibn Saud. I can't remember his full name now, but his last name was Ibn Saud. That they used to collapse the Ottoman Empire during the First World War to form a lot of the Gulf countries we see today, Saudi Arabia and Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE. The same thing with Zionism. So they were like, let's establish a colonial outpost that will be causing trouble. That will be a military and colonial outpost for us that will use to dominate the Middle East. Because at that time, that was the peak of European dominance. So the only way they could consolidate their power was by sponsoring extremists That was how the idea of Israel came about. It was a convergence of interests. You had the Zionist ideology. You also had the British Empire, the British imperial colonialism. Like, let's form a colonial outpost, a settler colonial outpost. In fact, they wanted to even settle it in Africa first. But they were like, no, we need an interest to dominate the Middle East using a colonial outpost. And this country, they have a purported history in the Middle East, in so-called Palestine. That was how they took over that region, right? That was why you had the Balfour Declaration and the Sykes-Picot agreements that eventually led to the formation of those Gulf countries and Israel. So why am I talking about that? Israel was not a country that was formed out of the blue. It has been a country that was built from almost over 100 years ago now, that was developed as a colonial outpost.
I'm not trying to shut you down, but what does all this got to do with the topic?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So after the First World War now, during the Second World War, Europeans were fighting each other. The British Empire was in significant decline. They did not have the kind of power, like you're talking about, what are they calling it now? Overstretching power, right? That America has today. The countries that came out on top as powerful were the United States and the Soviet Union. I would even say the United States was even the most powerful, because the Soviet Union were still going to recover because they suffered heavily in the Soviet Union. The United States had the least casualties within the United States. They had the least effects. In fact, they were economically, like Saxonia said, they came out economically more buoyant or more powerful than every other country. So what now happened was that the British now handed over, okay, we will now be transferring our force of dominance. We will now be acknowledging that you are transferring it to you to take over all our dirty job, because you are the military and economic power of the world. We have been weakened. You understand? So now the US will now be the one that now playing the role that we're playing before. So the US will now serve the interests of protecting what? Their colonial outpost, which is now Israel, no longer the British. That was why, if you look at the Suez Canal crisis, it's connected to it. You know, the British were so weak, and the French. It was the United States that came to consolidate their power to say, okay, we do not want any of you guys in this Suez Canal. We are the dominant power. It was an agreement they had with the Western Europeans. That, you know, even though there was an alliance between the NATO countries, the Western European countries, and the United States. And the United States came out as the supreme superpower of the West, that would now protect the interest of the West as a group, as a military economic bloc against the Soviet Union. And also the United States would be the ones that would protect former British colonial outposts. You understand? That was why the United States had so much influence during the Cold War. They had to protect Israel. At that time, Israel was a fledgling country. So if you look at the 1967 war, for instance, the kind of military sophistication they have now, they didn't have it at that time. So the United States were funding them, providing them with military, a lot of those hardware, technology, and all those things. That now made them and since then, they've been sponsoring them, consolidating their power there, providing them with every form of, technology and everything. That has made Israel to be as powerful today that we are seeing today. So the point I'm making is that Israel, just like I said, like I mentioned earlier, they are serving as the proxy of the United States, just as the Nazis after the Second World War, a lot of them were implanted into NATO. That's how you also have some Zionists within the CIA, MI6 and all that. These are a network of extremists that are connected to the imperialist system. They are not necessarily the ones controlling what America is doing. No, they are the proxies of America. But what you now have is, this is where America plays its game. America uses media to play its game very well. So what they do is, instead of them saying they're fighting a war, they will say it is their proxy that is fighting the war. Like if you look at the Ukraine war that is going on right now, they would say, oh, it is Ukraine that is fighting Russia. We do not have anything to do with it. However, I want you guys to connect the dots. However, the neo-Nazis in Ukraine that are fighting Russia, We're empowered, we're sponsored, we're supported, we're trained. All the weapons, everything was from the United States. I was talking about NATO. Go and look at the leaders of NATO. A lot of them, they have Nazi, they trace their roots to Nazi Germany. Are we now going to say that America is controlled by neo-Nazis or by Nazis? Of course not.
Yes. Yeah, actually, yes.
But
I mean,
yes.
your speech is all over the place, but that particular one, yes, America actually is controlled by neo-Nazis, yes.
Okay, let me continue. I get where you're coming from. But if that's the case, then clearly it seems like it is not just one powerful force of extremists that is then controlling United States foreign policy. That also weakens the argument that
no, on an individual basis, there are neo-Nazi elements in the United States government.
Yes, for
in
sure.
their circles.
Yes.
Not that neo-Nazis as an organization are influential enough to direct American foreign policy. But before I give you back the stage, there's two things I want to correct. I didn't want to interrupt you. Number one, Ibn Saud was not the founder of Wahhabism. Number two, the founder of Wahhabism was Muhammad al-Wahhabi. Ibn Saud was the founder of modern Saudi Arabia, the son of King Faisal.
However, he played a role with that ideology in the defeats, in the fights and defeat of Ottoman Empire. They worked together. That's the point.
That wasn't your point. No need to double down. Your statement was Ibn Saud was the founder of Wahhabism, and that is what I am correcting. Ibn Saud was not the founder of Wahhabism. Well, you can talk, but there's no need to double down on something that has been proven false.
Like this. Let me talk. Let me talk. I'm not saying you are wrong or you're right. It's what I'm saying is, still.
No, I'm saying I'm right.
My points. It did not defeat my points. You made a correction, but it did not defeat my
Your point was not what I was arguing about.
Okay. Then let me continue. I no problem.
Okay, so I mean, your point. I didn't argue your point. I corrected your statement. I didn't argue your point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so now that we know that, we understand that point. Good. So the point I'm making is that they've always been used, those colonial outposts, to attack and sabotage any anti-imperialist.
Period of time, it was not just America that is projecting power in the Middle East. The Russians were there, the France were there. In fact, just the way they demarcated Africa, that's how that region was demarcated.
And that was the first World War. Did you listen to what I was saying? That was the First World War. I had multiple powers.
Let me ask you certain questions about what you said about
the Romans were using the Vikings.
After the First World War, that was why I explained.
The conversation's all over the place now.
They were the first to use Islamic proxy. They were the first.
The Romans were using the Vikings.
Let me just ask you some questions about what he just said, because hold on now.
To fight religious
war. It's okay.
Ovie, let me just ask a question about
the Romans had used the Vikings. Rome itself had used other pagans like.
Can I ask him a question? You all have been talking. See,
you're right.
You said that America founded Israel. He said America founded Israel because they wanted to have more control in the Middle East there.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was the British that had that idea of Zion, like the Zionist ideology was founded in Europe. Then the British had the idea of, let's see what the idea of the Germans, like, they are using Muslims, using all this extreme ideology. I don't know if you guys understand what I was saying. Let's copy them. Since the Zionists are trying to find where they would settle and have their own nation, let's collaborate with them, because the Zionists wanted to actually collaborate with the Ottoman Empire. But they were like, lie, it's not going to happen. This ideology is too dangerous. Lie. Then the British now took that, there's a man called Theodor Herzl. He's the founder of Zionism. He's a European Jew.
Why would the British take the Zionists on if not because of their own inherent influence? Why would they take them on? Why couldn't they just use other Arab extremists?
That's a good question. So that was why I mentioned both of them, right? I separated them by mentioning both.
They were rejected in Europe. They're victims, just like the Africans.
There's that one. Yeah, there's that one.
The Jews. That were the Jews.
That was why I separated.
Beat them, massacre.
That was why I separated. That was why I separated them. There were two things
so they were easy to use.
So what I wanted to say was that they needed Zionism because they needed militias. So this is the phrase. They are looking for militias that are willing to die. DIE, who are still alive. DIE for their cause. Those will be the useful idiots that we will use to dominate. Instead of us using our army, let's use they have the ideology already. Let's use them. That was so you had the Zionists, like I said, during that period. That was also when you had the Islamic extremists too, Wahhabism too. So they're like, but
hold on. The Zionists did not belong in that area at that time. So why would they go through all the trouble to use the Zionists when they could have used Islamic ones?
Yeah, so that's a good question too. And my answer is that they needed, so number one, the British are not Islamic, right? They are not Muslims. They needed that to defeat the Ottoman Empire. They were not Zionists within the Ottoman Empire. That was why they needed that extreme ideology. They needed them. So what Zionism was going to do was different. What they needed Zionism to do was to dominate and control the Middle East.
But hold on. If that is the case, that was my original question. You see, now you've gone back to the needed Zionism to control the Middle East.
Yes.
Then I pose the same question again. Hold on. To show you that, at least from what I'm seeing here, the picture is not, it doesn't fully reflect what you are saying, because if you look at the Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all of them, they all have American military bases in them, and they are already cooperating with America. So why do they need Israel there? Because there's no other part of, let me finish. There's no other part of the world America needs an attack dog. Even to contain China, they didn't need an attack dog to contain China. So why is it that they need it in the Middle East and Israel is the one that has to do it, when they already have military bases with many countries there?
Yes, so that my answer. This is my answer. Number one, it is for when there are different forms of dominating. The first thing is expansion, and Israel is doing that form of expansion already through its wars, right? Number one is expansion. Number two is.
But why do they need to expand? Sorry, that number one has a problem already. Why do they need to expand when they already are in many of those countries that they are looking to expand into? America has military bases in the country they are trying to expand into.
The mistake I think you guys are making is thinking.
The first country to attack Ottoman Empire.
The mistake.
When Israel was founded, Israel did not expand to Gaza. They eventually expanded to Gaza. That is the expansion I'm talking about.
The mistake I think you guys are making is thinking Israel was an American project. Israel was not an American project.
I never said it's an American project.
No, I said this is the mistake I think you guys are making.
Okay.
Israel did not start off as an American project. Israel later became an American project, notably during the reign of JFK, right after World War II. But prior to that, Israel was a European project. It was a British project, which you could see from the Balfour Declaration. It was just a way of the Europeans getting rid of the Jews once and for all. If you know Jewish and European history, for over 12 to 1400 years, they wanted after the 7th century, they wanted the Jews out of their society. This is why they kept kicking the Jews out from Spain, Hungary, Bulgaria, Russia, kicked them down to Western Europe. They wanted them gone. And anywhere you can go, we don't care. Just get the fuck out of our region, because you guys come, you corrupt it, you cause usury, you push all this homosexual rhetoric, you push all this bisexual and transgender rhetoric. They wanted them gone. And the Middle East was where they were going to go. They said, good riddance, get the fuck out of here. Pardon my French. This is it. So it did not start off as an American project, Ottoman Empire project, this one project. No, Western Europe just said, Go, get out of here. We want you gone. And they were the most hated group, even worse than blacks. So they wanted them out of Europe.
So that does not weaken my argument. It's part of my argument. My argument still remains. They needed a nation states that would also be used to propagate the idea of Zionism, so they will have their own states, right, to expand. Now, when you have a proxy, what is the use of a proxy by the imperialists? I've talked about this so many times on the show. It's very simple. Proxies are used to sabotage and attack countries that are willing to go against the interests of the Western imperial states. Simple.
Yeah,
and
we
that
know
was
that.
what
Hold
Israel
on.
was
There's still a problem with the Israeli narrative.
When did Israel become a Western proxy?
Let me try to get to the bottom of it, because I'm having some issues with that point that he's making, specific when he used Israel, because I feel like the Israeli creation there is not by accident. Yes, Europeans wanted them gone, but there was a lot of push by the Zionists and clearly the Rothschilds that made that possible. That the question remains that, okay, if you are saying they wanted Israel to do those things, the British already control the area. They didn't need Israel to do anything for them. You see, so why we keep saying they needed the Israelis? They didn't need Israelis because they already control the area.
Sorry,
if anything, the Israelis were fighting against them. The Israeli.
Thank you. That was what I was waiting for you to land. I was about to say. So that was why I asked you. That was why I asked you the question. I said, and I would like you to just give a straightforward answer. Not a history lesson. When did Israel become a U.S. proxy? The proxy you claim it is, when did Israel give us a date or between and or a date? Yeah, it's very simple.
Okay.
When did they become a U.S. proxy?
Am I supposed to answer that? Okay, I'm supposed to answer that. Good.
Of course.
Good. Thank you. I do not have a specific 19th of August, 1940 something.
No. I already told you. You can give us. You can say between. No, don't be smart by half. You can say between this date and this date, or between, or verifiably this period. There you go. No, not even 40. That's too much. Say between maybe 1945 and this, 1970 and this. You can use it. Even 10-year gap is too much because it hasn't been that long.
I'll give an approximation of around 1952. You know.
Okay, so based on what did you reach that date?
So the reason why I'll reach that it's around 1950s, it's going to be between the late 1940s and early 1950s. You know why I would say that? Because around that time, apart from the fact that the US was one of the most, apart from the Soviet Union, was the most superior superpower in the world. At that time, they were reorganizing the world in their militaristic and geographical they were reorganizing the geographical and militaristic structure of the world at that time. You had the Marshall Plan, you had the formation of NATO, the Cold War began. Also, that was when, like I said, the British interests, they leveraged their interests and said, okay, you will be the one, which is the United States, to now be doing our dirty work, our military dirty work. So we'll be working together as allies. And you'll be the one that will be doing our militaristic adventure as an empire is now delegated to you. So
who said this? Europe to England to America?
Yeah, it was clearly Winston Churchill.
Okay.
I would advise everyone to go and read this book, The Culprits by Dele Ogun. It clearly explains what I'm talking about in the context of Nigeria.
They definitely will not read Dele Ogun on that. But yeah, so delegated to.
I'm trying to make it easy. Right? I'm trying to make it easy that after the Second World War, European powers were weakened militarily. France, all of them were weakened. We all
remember the question is, when did Israel become a U.S. proxy? That's the question before we go off on the 10th.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to make this complicated. Okay, good.
Just say 60s, mid-60s.
I will say this. I will actually. You know what I will say? I will say since the.
Then I said based on what?
Since the Cold War started, I would say.
How? Based on what? What made you reach that conclusion that it was the 60s? Which actions occurred that made you reach?
The Cold War did not start in the 60s. It started in the 50s.
That's not what I asked you. I said based. Trust me. I know when the Cold War started. So, but I'm saying, based on what occurrences did you reach the conclusion that Israel became a proxy of the United States in the 60s?
No, I didn't say in the 60s. It was Oviedo that said 60s.
You said the 50s.
Yeah, I said between the late 50s.
All right. So what occurrences? Which is it? 50s or late 50s? Which is it?
I said late 40s, early 50s.
Late 40s, early 50s. Beautiful. Yeah, exactly. So late 40s, early 50s. Which occurrences happened that made you reach the conclusion that at this point, Israel became a U.S. proxy?
Yeah, that was why I talked about the Cold War and I talked about the formation of NATO and the military.
So what was U.S. Israel had a hand in NATO's reorganization or what?
No. Oh my goodness. What I'm saying is the military organization, I'm looking at the context of UK and the US. UK and the US, the kind of relationship they had after the Second World War changed. Because what you had was during the Second World War, the United States kind of did not have so much influence on the world. It's kind of abstained from, how am I going to explain it? From like most of the affairs of the world outside of its hemisphere. It was mostly the British and all the Europeans. But the Second World War lured the United States more into world affairs. Then after the Second World War, European powers weakened. So America took up the pieces of all the weakened.
So how did Israel become a proxy in all of those occurrences? How? What occurrences happened that made you say, between this date and this date, Israel, this is why I'm saying Israel became a U.S. proxy.
I think I can see where the problem is coming from what I'm explaining. I'm looking at it from a place of they are substituting the British now. You are looking at it from the point of Israel is a country. How come the Germany now became a proxy?
No, I'm not looking at it from anything. I'm trying to get, how did Israel become a U.S. proxy? What happened that you can point to and say, this is why I say Israel was a U.S. proxy?
Well, I explained to you just now.
No, you didn't explain anything. You started talking about America and World War II.
This is what Boom Boom Ring is wanted to hear from you. 6-day war.
No, actually, no.
No, but the America recognized the independence of Israel in 1948, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Good. So after the 6-day war within the Arab coalition of the Arab nation within with Israel, which America now needed Israel as a key. That's when they were recognized as a proxy to fight the communist revolution that is ongoing. But at the same time, to serve as a key containment for the control of the Arab region. So these were the two missions.
That I can say, yes, there's some sense to that. That part I could say, okay, yeah, well.
Ovia is right. I'm also right.
One second. So that I can say, just 1 second. No, you weren't also right. That I can say, you weren't right at all. That I can say, I can agree with, because of course, one thing we do know, there was never a formal declaration of, oh, we're now a U.S. proxy. Nothing like that ever happened. But based on history, we can say this happened, this happened, this happened. So at this period, they became a U.S. proxy. But if you're saying the 50s, I would disagree with that. And Forefathers actually has given you a hint before he left. And the reason he disputed that was,
you said the key JFK. That's a hint,
right? And that the hint I was trying to give you, Forefather was trying to give you, was that.
That was why I said 40s and 50s.
40s. That you're still wrong when you say 40s and 50s. You're not listening. The point is, during that period, they were an adversary to America and the Europeans. They were killing the shit out of America and the Europeans. They killed the Swedish ambassador that was the United Nations mediator. They killed him. They killed Lord Moulton, the U.S. ambassador. They killed him. They bombed the King David Hotel. They bombed the USS Liberty. They were kidnapping U.S. intelligence officers that they found. Some they didn't find till today. They were slaughtering them all over the Middle East. So this is why we were trying to tell you that maybe if you say they were proxy,
you know why I kind of felt yes, I was right, even though I agree with what you're saying. But what I was thinking, I could have been right, was Henry Truman. What's his name? Truman. I can't remember his full name. Truman was in power, right? Harry Truman. Yeah, thanks. Harry Truman. When he was in power, he de facto recognized Israel as a state. When a lot of countries did not recognize Israel, and he recognized Israel as a state in 1949 after the Second World War. That was why I said late 40s because I cannot.
You see what I read here, because while you were talking, I thought I should check it out, because some of all this, if you don't really have a clear this, you need to check, to be fair. So what I found was that it says the primary reason why the British supported the Balfour Declaration. This is not necessarily before 1947. This is 1917. The reason why they supported it was to advance their own strategic and imperial interests during World War I.
I said all that. Did you listen to me? I said
I know you mentioned something like that, but you were exactly. We are talking about World War I issues that were occurring, but you were making it sound as if it was the Middle East. So the idea. Let me explain what they are doing. They said they did that so that the Jewish people in those countries, in Russia and in America, different other countries, will back the British effort. So not because they want Israel to do something for them in the Middle East at that time. It was later on that became also part of the reasons why they supported this creation of Israel.
When they were demarcating that region, it was between the British, the French, the Italians, and the Soviet Union. The Italians they came last, right? After the Russians said they are no longer interested. When they left, that's when the British people, the Italians were now introduced to take part in that. So the influence was shared among these three people until just like Kumburu said about how the Jewish people have been treated along Europe. So they were just suitable for being useful idiots, right? They were just perfect for that. Just like our brothers from the South, just in case of a conversation, right? They are everywhere, right? And they are being prosecuted everywhere. Let's use that, right? China has been considered when they say, "Come, are you ready to give us a place to put a nuclear weapon here?" And we will use you to. And now that with the tension between the northern Nigeria and the southeastern people.
Oh man!
What do you think is going to happen if America they want to take Nigeria? Of course, or even Nigeria, they will have to fight with them. Join the Southeast. Then we'll come in our Southeast, they control China. Right? Instead of
but before we derail, let's take it back to where all of this started from. Why Israel has been calling for the destruction of Iran, the reason why, and Israel's influence over the United States. This is how all of this started before we go all over the place and forget what we were all talking about.
But I think this is why, because his argument is that is because obvious argument is because of America's strategic interest. That's why they went after Iran, because Iran is critical to their interest.
Do you guys see Bumburek? Do you guys see Israel and Turkey going the same in the future, in the nearest future, doing the same thing?
To war?
Yes, because it's all the regional control within.
They don't want that. They don't want that Turkish smoke, bro. After what Iran has done to them, they don't want.
Let's say Iran is contained, right? Let's say Iran is contained, and because Turkey is projecting power. They are playing their regional game.
They won't do it. If we see
on the ground. Sorry.
First of all, Turkey is NATO.
Yeah, but look at this though. They are going to be the major boot on the ground over Gaza with the new plan over Gaza. They are going to be the main military guy.
That's tension already.
The Middle East needs that tension.
NATO,
they
Turkey
need that
cannot.
tension.
One,
So
Turkey cannot attack
the
Israel.
future is very dangerous.
Ovie and Saxonia, Turkey cannot attack Israel because it won't trigger the NATO protocol, which is a defensive one.
No, but they are not
Turkey is NATO, first of all.
And it means that Israel can do as it pleases in the Middle East and Turkey cannot intervene.
No, but Israel cannot attack Turkey.
Yeah, they cannot attack Turkey. At least massive.
They want to attack Turkey.
I think both of you are correct. Yeah, both of you are correct.
Is Turkey fully admitted to European Union?
No, to NATO.
Are they fully admitted to NATO?
Of course.
They are a member of NATO.
Yeah, I think they have nuclear.
They have the largest army. They have the largest infantry in NATO.
Do they still have nuclear weapons stationed in their country?
They are going to control me.
I don't know if they do. I know they did, but I don't know if they do.
Yeah, they did. Let me confirm.
Or they were planning to. I don't
know. That means they are going to play the role, the role that Israel is playing now. Turkey are going to play tomorrow if they are so much entangled with the European nation. Because
I don't.
To control that region.
Well, no, this is what I think.
It only makes sense for them to project their power. It only makes sense.
Well, it's going to be, I'll say, before the 12-day war and this second one, if you had asked me, I'd say Turkey was going to get attacked between 2028 and 2029.
Wow.
What NATO thinks. But because they were broken.
Update.
Yeah.
Turkey does not independently own or produce nuclear weapons, but it hosts an estimated 20 to 30 US B-61 nuclear bombs at the accelerated
bombs or bombers. B-61.
Which country?
Hello,
B-61 nuclear bombs.
Which country is that?
Turkey. They have up to 30.
Honestly, one thing about Turkey, one thing we don't realize is
just quick one quick word. Sorry, all of you guys here. Hello, how you guys? I hope you guys are having a lovely weekend.
Yeah, we're good. Man.
Yeah,
all of you guys here.
You want to hear us now? You want to hear us now?
All of you guys here.
He wants to hear us now.
We're not talking about Nigeria.
What's best now? You're going to the country that have lights. You go to you guys are so
maybe if we talk about countries that have light, the light will come to us.
That have light. And you don't have light.
Do you know that the class of 66, those guys will carry out civil coup, they are not as grounded in geopolitics like us. If they know how to we
that's
know.
part of the problem.
You understand? So what we are doing here, it go help the country.
They weren't exposed, bro.
In the future, yeah. So the founding fathers, our founding fathers, went up and down. I will know what they see. They don't know. I'm not going to say they don't know, but the world is not this complicated. They see fuck up. They don't see fight. So everything is.
Our Zeke and all those people were quite exposed because they studied overseas. They lived in those societies. They saw what was going on, and they tried to replicate it in Africa.
Yes,
those that came after them.
Saxonia, could Iran may have been smarter than we thought. You know, the last August, or was it July or July, they were attacked. You know, when we're saying that Russia didn't come and help Iran, and Iran didn't even look like they were asking for help. Then somebody, I think, was it not Putin that said, Iran didn't sign this thing with them. And we were wondering, why did Iran not do that? I think now we know why. Iran
not me. Not me.
No, I felt that way. I did question why Russia didn't act more. But maybe they knew Iran hold its own.
Iran has a lot of money that is not even traceable. So the leverage that they get
We're talking about a country that has thousands of years of civilization.
That's a 7,000-year-old civilization.
7,000, and not just that. They've been preparing for this war. They've been preparing for this. They've been preparing for this war longer than even the US have been preparing for this war.
See, that's why I point out Turkey, Jide, because Turkey civilization is way back.
If I will speak for Muslims, I think if Turkey is anti-imperialist, that would be a game changer. But unfortunately, Turkey is not an anti-imperialist country. They are sucking the.
What do you mean if you could speak for Muslims?
Like, I mean, like, what I'm saying is, if I'm in the Muslim congregation, I'm having this geopolitical conversation, I'll be advocating that Turkey should break away from the West. With all the military,
they don't have any interest in doing that.
Do you realize that Turkey is more secular than Islamic?
That's true.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
The average Turkish citizen is secular. No, they're very modern. They're Muslims, but a lot of them are Muslims in mouth. Just like most of the Middle East.
Do you think America can break that because that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to turn Iran to secular government, secular nation. Do you think that will happen?
No.
Because I think that's their major problem.
The Shias are way more hardcore than the Sunnis.
That's the major problem America.
Way more hardcore. Like they're more gully than the Sunnis. The Sunnis are more like you could change their mind at any time. The Shias are...
That makes a lot of sense.
Even go think about how they came into existence. The Sunnis, the Shias came into existence by trying to kill the lineage of the Prophet.
They are. Because
that's why the Sunnis don't even like them. They killed Ali, they killed Hassan, they killed Hussein, they killed, I think, Omar, Uthman. They were killing everybody. Once the Prophet died, they were just bombing everybody.
Are you saying the Shias were the one killing people?
Yeah.
Are you Shia? Are you Shia?
What does that got to do?
I thought Hussein was killed by the Sunni.
Hold on.
I'm Christian.
Oh, you're Christian. I thought you were Muslim. Are you Shia?
No, I worship. I'm a Babalawo worshiper. But anyway, so yeah,
we have to be careful when we are listening to the Sunnis.
They were killing. No, I talk history. Religion and all this thing. I don't.
I'm not going to watch another Muslim.
I'll go and find out.
They were killing. I'm not saying they're bad people. You've never seen me speak bad against any Sunni or Shia. I just speak the fact. That you see, I don't support anybody. Whatever is right, I support. Whatever is right, objectively right, is what I support.
Yeah, but you're just saying it's only the Shia that is killing people. That doesn't seem right.
No, I'm saying no. I said to understand their mentality. Aside from the fact that Jide just mentioned that they are very old civilization. I know we also said the Turks. I said you also have to realize their mentality, how they even came to be. And how they came to be was even killing people in the lineage of the Prophet, which the Sunnis would not dare do. They killed Imam Ali, Hussein, Hassan.
So
they talk crap about Aisha radiallahu anha.
What did the Sunnis do wrong then?
It was a succession of disputes. They were arguing about who was going to succeed the Prophet.
Okay.
But there was nobody. It wasn't a succession thing. His Prophet is gone, so they had caliphs starting from Abu Bakr and Uthman and Ali, but they were saying, well, this person shouldn't be, it should be the lineage of Ali. So there was basically an internal strife between them. And then
what do you mean the lineage of Ali? Is Muhammad Ali?
No, Ali was the nephew of the Prophet. He was his nephew and his cousin.
Okay, so why did the nephew not rule then?
He was the fourth one. They killed him.
Okay, so after he died, then they wanted to put his nephew.
Then they wanted they said it should be the caliphate should be by lineage, and the rest were like, no, I think they tried to bring their voting system. It was just convoluted. You can read about it on your own.
Let's get it straight. Let's get it straight. Hold on now. I want to rescue the Shias here. This guy has maligned the...
No, you're not rescuing anything. Read about it, please. I don't want to say anything wrong.
After he maligned them, you want me to go and read about it now.
No, read about it, because I'm not an expert on the issue. I know the basics. Okay. So I'm not going to come here and pretend like I know it. You know what I mean?
Please hold on. Let me just find out one thing, because I'm interested in what he just said. So next time I know when Sunnis are talking about Shias, I will be watching them closely.
You're never gonna know.
Hold on.
You're not gonna know.
Let me tell you why.
Okay, go ahead if you know.
What Mubarak is saying is very important, because that is the two. If you study the revolution of 79, right? That's where you see this. No matter how secular they push it, that's why I asked that question. No matter how secular they want to push Iran to go, they hold that ideological depth to the Muslim Brotherhood that predominantly Sunni that he is talking about. So now God, everything should be under God. There's nothing, and which is pretty much direct opposite the Western ideology.
No, listen. I know. Let me dispute that a bit.
Oh, why don't I just learn about this?
If we're talking about, if we're saying the Muslim world over here, right? This is the thing. Have you asked yourself why?
I didn't say they were Muslim Brotherhood. That's what I said.
No. I'm just saying. Look at the Muslim world.
Muslim Brotherhood is who founded. Okay. Let us.
So I'm right. So I'm just saying. Look at the Muslim world. Realize something. Even if the average Muslim supports Iran based on what they term as injustice, just like most people do on the planet today, right? They're looking at the underdog versus the big dogs, right? So everybody's like, oh, injustice, they've been sanctioning them, whatever. So regardless of faith or creed, or even if you're atheist, most people will tend to side on the side of justice. But outside of that, notice that most Sunni governments are against Iran. The governments now, not the ordinary people. The governments. And ask yourself, why is that? Both sides will want to claim it's religion-based, but no. I think it's more political. Both sides are using propaganda, where the West is using Christianity and the Jews are using, the Israelis are using Judaism as, we're a small state and there's 57 or 52 Muslim countries, we're the only ones, and Exet is screaming about Jesus and God, and Iran is screaming about God and fatwas. No, in the end, I just think God has nothing to do with any of this. It is political interest.
We know about all this. How long it took you? Hold on, Jide, I need to know about this story.
I will say the story. I want to say the story.
You know the story, okay? Are you Muslim, Jide?
No, I'm not a Muslim. I know the story from colonialism.
I'm not sure you have a right to say this. So let's hear from the Muslim.
No.
Let's hear from the
Muslim. Colonialism actually impacted Sunni Islam.
Okay. Oh my God, let's not do colonialism in Islam right now. I want to know the succession of the Ali. The argument. Hold on. You see, is it the argument that the Shiites wanted the bloodline of Muhammad to be the leader, and the Sunnis don't want that? Is that it, Saxonia?
Read about it, bro.
Oh, see,
it's right there.
He doesn't know.
It's right there. I already explained it.
The Shiites keep killing people, but you're not able to
tell us. That wasn't what I said. I mean, people can rewind it, but you can always read it right in front of you.
Okay, fine.
Do you think the Sunni will control other state again outside Iran?
Oh, the Shia?
Yeah. They only have one state, right?
No. Qatar, I think I think Qatar is Shia. Iraq is Shia.
All the states are Shia, except
Bahrain is Shia actually.
But one of them is. There's a few that are Shia.
They have Shia control government.
Lebanon, Bahrain, and Iran. They have very huge Shia.
Yeah, all those places
And
are
Iraq.
like. Yeah, Iraq is Shia, definitely. But Iraq was for a long time Sunni controlled, even though the population was Shia.
Yes, they lose it. Yeah.
I had something. I watched one documentary on Al Jazeera years ago.
Sorry,
Islam.
Jide, before you continue. So if they don't have the tendency to expand, that means they could die there. And when I mean die, that means that would not be.
No, they will expand to where? Okay. The Shias are only 5 to 10% of the entire Islamic population. Actually, we think it's more like they've been generous, 5 to 10%. But even if on the high end you give them 5% or 10%, 90% of the Muslims are Sunni.
Yeah. The thing about the Shia is,
so where are they going to expand to?
To be fair, compared to the Sunnis, it seems like the Shias are more focused on fighting for justice more than the Sunnis.
What makes you say that?
Am I wrong?
Yes, you're right.
Because their whole ideology seems to be focused on, okay, they don't like what Israel is doing. They don't like what somebody is doing. That's
bullshit.
Bullshit. At least from what we can see so far.
Every state, I call bullshit on it. If a country was to rise tomorrow now from Timbuktu, they'll cry and say, we're fighting for the oppressed in wherever, oppressed Christians in Wyoming, oppressed Muslims in Palestine.
No, but I'm talking about how they are now, though. It's not like
that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying something else.
I'm saying everything is all politics. Whenever you see military disputes, and at the back of it, they start saying, well, we're only doing this because of this. No. I think in the end, it's just politics, yo.
Okay, I think let me thank the people for coming so that we can close out. Just equity, fairness, and justice. I don't know. That looks like local, but it's not. Scout.
How will they defeat local?
Thank you for coming in. Essendicas. What is Boom Boom Ray talking about? Essendicas, you just have to be rude. He just came in that year.
Come on,
it's just by hey, we are closing out. Hey, don't encourage you to come on board.
How will they treat diaspora voters? No good. You guys just bully and come out.
No, he wanted to. No, we didn't bully him. I think he just came to Yabos and go away. The hate, the KO hate. I see you there. The KO hate. Chris King, I see you there. That's what's Chris King again? Can they manage to show up in the listen? The chat. Mike Olawale. Ovie is not interested in making sense. Yeah, okay, let's leave that one alone. Just give the pick on Ovie. And Jide, I see you there. And let's see Chris Kane. Let's see all the other people. I'm not going to be able to name Daniel Isaiah. I see you there. Lion Mountain, I see you there. Boom Boom Ray is also there. First Wizard, I see you there. Tracy Jacobin. I've not seen Jacobin a lot lately, actually. Jacobin, I see you there. OCFV3PE Oga, I see you there. Oga, Lion Mountain. I have seen All Na Politics is there, and it's also on the chat as 2.5 million votes. Disciple. Okay, that's good. Let's see who else is there. Let's see. I think that's a new name. Oh no, it's not. JJ Wayne. That one is just looking for trouble. Trying to trip people up with this name. Clogene DG. Okay, thank you for coming in, Clogene DG. I'm sure I'm massacring the name. I think I've seen a Centricast there before. Isaiah 60. I see you there. I think I see Isaiah 60. All right, so and let me thank the only person that donated. Baba Jide Afolabi for $2. He asked me to send the link. Next time I will not send the link again, so you donate again. Okay, I really appreciate you donating the $2, because all these other people, all they do in the chat is yap people, and they won't pay, they won't help contribute to the channel. You know, it costs money to keep this thing going. And the conversation we are having here is honestly held conversation and opinions. And I learned some things today actually about the primary reason why the British supported the creation of Israel. So that is interesting. I didn't know it had anything to do with the First World War support.
So why you come from the follow us, they argue every day? If you don't know that simple...
Look at this. Does it mean that if I don't know something, I cannot argue any point? Does it mean that if I don't know certain things, I cannot argue any point? I have to be able to argue points now.
Now you are right.
I have to be able to argue points. What kind of talk is that I should not argue points because I didn't know one fact? I will if I don't know one fact, I will go and learn. That's what I did today.
But don't make the mistake thinking it was only that one reason. There were multiple reasons why they supported the creation
there
of
were many
Israel.
reasons, but that was the primary though. For that 1917 one. All right, now we are staying live with our South Opogo people. People of South. People are fighting for the people. Saxonia Ovier, thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate you. So let's finish one closer.
You dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.